join the fun in the chat.
Presented by Page Wizard Games, Learning and Entertainment. It's that time, everybody. Time for more entertainment and fun with your favorite computer scientist, Dr. Daniel Page. Welcome to Dan Plays, where Dan has fun with friends and we talk about all sorts of fun things, including computer science and everything under the sun. No barriers, just fun. This show is funded by supporters on Patreon and Subscribestar. Check out all the fun rewards and supporter access at the links. That's enough for now. Let's get started. Come on, Dan. Let's get started.
Hello everybody! I hope everyone's having a beautiful day so far. I'm welcoming you on down to the stream here today. So I thought I'm going to do something a little bit different here than my usual Thursday stream. So a little bird in my ear had told me that some people might be interested in getting some more background on a few mathematical concepts. You know, the dreaded M word, the mustard or mayonnaise, the stuff you put on a sandwich, you know. So what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be trying out a somewhat different format than I've done previously. This at least for a Thursday. So this is actually a part of sort of, you can think of this more as a prototype for the format I'm trying to eventually use. Where what I would like to do is have it where there's a lesson at the beginning of the live stream, and then we have it where we can have some fun after that. So more of an entertainment aspect afterwards. So primarily, what I'd be doing would be a gaming stream. So that's good. That's what's going to happen here today. So I'm getting very excited here today. What I'm going to be doing today, so just give you kind of a rundown for what's going to happen. Oh yeah, let me get the chat open. Let me get that open. So if you're wondering, for those that aren't initiated, because I've mentioned this to a few people, maybe some might show up, some may not. That's okay. Everybody is welcome here. So anyways, just a couple quick things. Do keep in mind I have eyes on the chat all times, so if you have any questions or you want to say anything fun or introduce anything fun into the conversation, please do so. I encourage you to do it. Likewise, it is in front of me. It's right there right now. And I must stress that in the second part of the stream, when I have the gameplay, I'll go in. The chat will always be visible on the screen. However, during the lesson, what'll happen is whenever I'm introducing a concept or talking about kind of having the main parts of our kind of tutorial or lesson today, I would characterize this more as a tutorial today. It's a little different than I've been doing for usually on my Tuesdays. So for those that aren't initiated as well, on Tuesdays around noon Central Time, I do live lectures of topics relating to computer science material. So if people really like this also on Thursdays, I'll also consider doing it on Thursdays as well, which is always something I'm always excited to do. So today is a little bit more of an M word kind of lesson today, but I'll be trying to make it a lot of fun for everybody. So other things, the chat will be visible on the screen at all times during the stream. I'll have it open in between parts of examples or concepts I'm going through. So keep in mind that even though, say for example, for those who are on Twitch, I got TTS enabled, so text-to-speech. So for example, if say you have difficulty, say reading text and you want to just instead hear, Twitch is an ideal platform for that. So if you're watching this, just check out the description if you're watching on YouTube, if you want to watch this on Twitch instead with the TTS. I must stress the stream, you'll hear the TTS whenever the chat's visible on the screen. However, once we focus in on our lesson, I'll take the chat away, but I'll still be able to hear the chat, and also I'll see the chat right here. So if you have questions or anything of the sort, or if you want to tell me something funny that happened in your day, that's all good too. So that being said, I just need to mention this because whenever the chat's open, TTS will come through. However, when the chat isn't visible, you won't hear it. So I just need to make sure I mention this because I've had it where some people like ask, oh, well, I can't hear TTS anymore. It's because the chat isn't visible on the screen because I turn it, I do some magical transitioning on my end, okay? So that's just also meant for just your ease as well, so you don't have to like see a chat on the screen while I'm writing things on the board, so that way it's less distracting. I know some people can be very antsy about multiple things happening on the same time on the screen, so that's why I do that. The reason why is that in case you want to catch this later, you don't have to worry about seeing a bunch of text everywhere after the fact, okay? So Anyways, so breakdown for today's, I would argue it's more of a tutorial, but most certainly all of this most certainly will be a part of a lesson. So first, if you want to get access to the notes associated with this lesson, I have them, I'm going to, on a request, I can make them available on patreon.com/pagewizard. A lot of the material I already have available over there. So I must stress that the lesson itself, freely, affordably available. But the resources associated with them, I make available on Patreon for a very, very small fee. Arguably magnitudes cheaper than if you took an online class. I'm just saying. So this is the space I'm trying to carve out. So, anyways, that being said, why don't we get started here? So there's going to be three main things I'm going to focus in on today. So first, we're going to start talking about sequences, and I'll move this into talking about summations or series. Then, after that, I'll talk about it in connection with mathematical induction. So I'll be doing some examples. We'll maybe prove some of these so-called closed form formulae. So I'll have some fun with you figuring out how to use mathematical induction with this. Okay? So otherwise, of course, if you have any questions or you have anything else you want to talk about while we're doing this part of the stream, please don't hesitate to put in the chat. So if there's something you're not sure about, or if you have another question or anything like that, or you want to see another example, just tell me, okay? I like hearing about these things. So anyways, you're going to find that I'm going to go a little bit faster over sequences because I think they're really straightforward, but I think at the same time, if I explain it this way, it'll be easy enough for you to understand. So anyways, we're going to start off by talking about sequences. Sequences. Now, you might say, Dan, what the heck is a sequence? So let's get into this, okay? So a sequence is a function. Now, for those that aren't familiar with what a function is, now, I always like to conceptualize it as a machine. It's a very computer sciencey way of thinking about a function. Is you imagine I have a function. And I don't know, maybe it has a name. Maybe we'll call it F. That's its name. And it takes an input and it produces output. So the input here for the definition of a sequence is going to be an integer. And as output, it's going to give me a term in that sequence. So it gives me an integer, spits out a term. So each one's going to be associated with an integer. So let me write this out for you. So you just imagine like a machine, every time I give it an integer, it spits out a term in something we call the sequence here. So a function whose domain, that means we're talking about what you can feed into this machine, whose domain is either, and I like to be this way because some people have different definitions for this, but they all are equivalent with each other. It's just, I like to be rather generous. Either all the integers between two given integers, so you can imagine you have like a first term and a last term. These are going to be dictated by integers, and every integer between them, these counting numbers, are all going to be with between these two given integers, or all integers. So these are your numbers like 0, 1, -5, positive, negative, 0. These are integers. Or all integers greater than or equal to a given integer. So for example, I could have a sequence that's going to be defined by, say, it's going to have each integer, say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and each one will have some integer, and each one will give me some output, a term in the sequence. So usually the way this gets represented is as a set of elements written one after the other, like this. So I have like AM plus 1, AM plus 2, AN minus 1, AN. So notice in this case, I wrote it so it's given with two integers, where M is the lowest one and N is the higher one. So just some terminology that I'll use very often for today's lesson. This is often referred to as a term, like I said. This is a term in the sequence. So each one of these is a term in this sequence. You can imagine M being a 0 and N being any one integer as well. So if you're wondering, Dan, where exactly do you see like these two sound like two different things, but actually all you have to do is just slide this window, or you can just redefine the function so it maps it onto the positive integers. Some people define it that way too. The point is, it's just some sequence of usually numbers. So I have a term, and you might ask, okay, so what is k here? This is often called its index or subscript. And unless otherwise stated, just assume k is an integer, okay? Just assume it's some integer. M, so the M here, this is the initial term. And if there exists this AN here, because keep in mind you can define it such that it could be on all the integers, for example, meaning that it's actually, this sequence never ends. This would be called the final term. So I must stress that you can have what we call an infinite sequence. That would be where you have like AM plus 1, all the way on and on and on. So this would be an example of a finite sequence. This would be an example of an infinite sequence. Now, so that's right, integer, but it's sort of melted into infinite, okay? Let me just fix that. So we got infinite sequence. So that's just some terminology. And we haven't really seen any examples. Let me give you some examples of sequences. I'm sure you've probably seen some sequences before. For example, here's some well-known ones. So you might think of like the even integers. In fact, let's say the even positive integers. So that would be things like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and so on, where in this case the terms would always they'll take this form. AK is equal to 2 times k. And this is for every k greater or equal to 1. These are all your positive even integers. And this is actually a general way of representing any one of the terms in the sequence. So every time it's just whatever that index is or subscript is, you multiply it by 2. That's how you can generate this. So if you ever wanted to describe this as a function, notice you just give it a name, like f, and you give it k as input, and what it outputs would be 2 times k. Hopefully this kind of connects a lot of these pieces here. So likewise, I could define the odd positive integers as well. So these are your odd numbers. So we have 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and so on. Notice that these are both infinite sequences, by the way. The general term here, well, to get an even positive integer, all I do is I take whatever the index is and I multiply it by 2, right? Now, notice that for those that are acquainted with the idea of parity, that every integer is either even or odd, right? So if you know that every time I want to get an even positive integer, I just take 2 times this. If I want every other one, which means we don't want a multiple of 2, what can I do? Are any ideas? Any ideas at all? Don't be shy. I'm just going to put that on over here. So are there any ideas? Well, notice that if I put in 1 into this, I get 2. I put 2 here, I get 4. I get 3, I get 6. Well, here's one suggestion I have for you. One suggestion. Well, you know, this will make an even integer, right? Well, what if I add 1 to it? Well, this will throw it off always by an offset of 1. So I end up like, when I go 2 times k, I get an even integer, right? I'm just going to add 1 to it just to kick it 1 step over, okay? And that'll give me an odd integer. And in fact, if you look at this, this is actually the form of any odd integer. So you could say this for every k greater or equal to 1. Actually, is it 1 or is it 0? Well, let's think about it. 2 times 1 plus 1, that would give you 3. So this isn't supposed to be that, it should be 0. Notice that if you try k is 0, you get 2 times 0 plus 1. Notice the plus 1 kicks it in the direction, making it slightly bigger, right? So I start k a little bit smaller. Now you might look at this and say, Dan, that's not really impressive, right? Well, let me just kind of tie this all together where the heck this came from, okay? So let's see here. So you might be asking, okay, so what's this and what's that? Those are actually the definitions of what an even and odd integer are, right? An even integer is one for which it is an integer where you could write it in this form, where k is some integer. Likewise, an odd integer is simply an integer of this form where there exists this integer right here. So it shouldn't be very surprising. These are literally how you could define these things. So this is just generating a list of these. And the list is a sequence. The point is that the sequence just goes on forever. But you can always keep in mind, you can always define the sequences to be finite instead for some final term. So you can imagine you're giving me like the first 100 even integers or the first 100 odd integers. Let's think of something a little bit more interesting. Let's think of the square numbers. I always like to take these opportunities to do my flex here. Square numbers. So, as the name suggests, each number in the sequence here, so the first term will be 1 times 1. So I'm gonna 1 times 1. Okay, now I'm gonna take 2 times 2, that's 4. So I'm gonna take the square of each index here. So it's 1 squared, 2 squared, 3 squared is 9, 4 squared is 16, and so on. So the general term, what should that look like? Well, it's quite simple, right? It's just k squared, where k is a term. Sorry, I'm getting very excited here. It's just k squared. And to remember, it starts off at 1. So this would be for every, or for all k greater or equal to 1, right? Sorry, my writing is sort of melting over there, okay? I put it in the microwave a little too long. So this is what a sequence is. These are some examples of sequences. Very often when we describe performing some sets of operations, sometimes we define them on a sequence like this. So I'm going to include in my notes here some examples of things to keep in mind whenever you're getting creative with formulating sequences like this. So these ones weren't terribly surprising because they're all just based on the definitions of what they are, right? So the first one was, that's how you define an even and positive integer. That's an odd positive integer, and that's a square number. You can define all sorts of other types of number sequences. In fact, one place that I would encourage you to check out is oeis.org. This is the online encyclopedia of integer sequences. You can find all sorts of wild number sequences. So if you're looking for a lot of different sequences, in fact, you can even type in numbers And say if you're not sure what sequence it is, like say I'm running into a bunch of numbers and you're not sure exactly what they are, you could try searching using your sequence. So you just start typing in your sequence and you see if it matches up with anything that's already there. And so people add to this big database of integer sequences. So, this is sort of it's very interesting. In fact, I'm not sure if it still exists. It's been a while since I've went to this website. But they have a feature where you can play the sequence as a MIDI music file. So if you ever wanted to hear what the Fibonacci sequence sounds like, or any one of these that I've written up here sound like, you can do that. It's quite fascinating. So that's what a sequence is. And often when we talk about sequences, we like to think about how you can use them in conjunction with other things. Now, often when you're given a sequence of numbers, like some of these, notice these ones weren't really hard to guess what they were before even I gave you the names of them. So if I just blocked these out, you'd be able to guess what those are. I'm going to include in my notes some tips for trying to figure out patterns for so-called the general or explicit term. So this is the one that dictates each one of the terms. This is actually this right here. Each one of these, it gives you a formula for how you can get any arbitrary term in the sequence. So there's all sorts of different kinds. A couple tips I can give you is look for a pattern. So the first thing is identifying a pattern for the first time will get you one step closer. And once you start realizing you're looking at something that reminds you of something, just turn it on its head. So there's all sorts of different ways you can express these. If there's more interest in sequences, I can more than happy to talk more about them. You can create all sorts of different kinds of sequences. For example, so-called alternating sequences. That is another thing that exists. And if you could recognize patterns like these, it makes things a little easier. So, actually, I'll do one example here. Let's consider an example here. And I'll give you my second tip. So suppose I give you a sequence that looks like this. 1. The second term is going to be -1/4. Third term is going to be 1/9. Fourth term is 1/16. Fifth term is going to be 1/25. The sixth term is -1/36, and so on. Now, to be the most truthful with you, technically speaking, if you asked me to guess what the function is, the sequence is, there's ultimately not one true answer here, because somebody could easily conceive of a sequence where, say, the parts that I haven't shown you here might be something else. But normally we take on the description itself that I have here that this is indeed going to be some pattern that we're trying to get a general or explicit formula for. So I want to walk you through kind of this process. So the first tip I gave you is look for a pattern that you recognize. Now I must stress that humans, we love looking for patterns, but we're also really bad at overgeneralizing patterns. So take caution to the wind that we sometimes see things that aren't there. So we have to be very careful. And that's why we have the dreaded M word, the mathematics, and the mayonnaise mustard. A really good sandwich. That's why we need this stuff. Because we're not really the greatest at spotting this stuff right on the hoot. Is that it's very easy to deceive ourselves when we start seeing things like this. That's why this stuff is pretty helpful. So the other tip I want to give you is try to relate the terms for the indices with each other. So it's a very powerful and useful tip. When you're trying to identify a pattern, associate the terms in that pattern with what you see in the sequence. So the first thing you should notice here is there's two things. Well, if I were to let me just make it a little easier for you to see what's going on here. Possibly. I'm going to write it like this. Does anything here look awfully suspicious to you? Let's not worry about, because like I said, we're going to start off by just trying to find a pattern. So first, I'm going to write it like that to make it a little easier to see, because 1 is in fact 1/1, right? Okay, the next thing I want to do is I'm going to ignore, because I'm not quite sure how to do it yet. I'm going to ignore these negative signs. So far, if I look at this, what does this remind you of? What number sequence does this remind you of? I'll give you a hint. We've seen it not that long ago. So I'll give you a tip. So if I give you one bottle, I end up with one bottle, right? If I give you two bottles, I should get 4 bottles, and so on. So what exactly are we dealing with here? So another tip I'll give you. Ignore the fact that these are all 1 over or something. Just look at the somethings. What are these things down here? Ignore the numerators. Just ignore them all. Yeah. It's our square numbers. Exactly. Somebody's got it in the chat. Awesome. It's the square numbers. So you can see right now you're just looking at the square numbers. So we know that if we're going to write up a general term, so imagine you have this, so an arbitrary term of my sequence, we know it's going to look something kind of like this. So we know what the square numbers look like. This is what the general or explicit formula for the square numbers would look like, right? And this would be for every k greater or equal to 1, right? So far we got something we're starting off with, right? So first, if you're not sure what to do with it, just simplify down a little bit so you can see what pattern you want to get. So far we know this. So far we got something that looks kind of like this if we ignore the negative signs, right? So far we're really close here. So if I ignore the negative signs, notice if I put in 1, I get 1 over 1 squared, which is 1. 2, 1 over 2 squared is 4, and so on. Now we got one little detail to deal with, those darn negative signs. Now I'm going to introduce you another mechanism that very often pops up in sequences and series analysis, very, very often. It's our friend the alternating sequence. So a tip I can give you again is if you ever need to kind of go back and forth between positive and negative, if you need the ability to kind of flip it from positive to negative, flipping that sign, your best friend is to use this. Or let me just put a K here, because we're using K. So if I were to, so notice that if I use -1 to 1, that's just -1, right? But what happens when you square a negative like this? So if I had -1 squared, what happens? Is it still negative or does it become positive? It's the same sign, different sign? What happens? It flips it, right? So now, if we think about that, that's rather interesting, right? So this will give us a mechanism for getting our negative sign, then a positive, but I don't think it's that easy, right? We have to be careful about this. So imagine if we put that in here. Let's put this literally right there. Let's try putting this in like this. And let's see if we get that sequence up there. So if I put in 1, I get -1 to the 1, which is -1 over 1 squared, which is -1, right? That's not quite right. We need to remember, got to use my second tip here that I suggested. Associate what we're dealing with the index. So notice that the first index is always, this first one is going to be positive. Then this one's negative, then that's positive, then negative. Notice that every odd term in the sequence, every one of those is always going to be positive. Every even one is going to be negative. So if I just put in 1 in here, that's not going to cut it. I need it to be positive. So here's a tip. I'm just going to add 1 to that. Because remember, it's -1 raised to an exponent. It's not going to magically turn into some massive number, right? It's just going to be -1 or +1. But notice if it's 1 plus 1 here, this will become -1 squared, right? Which that'll get us just 1. Pretty fascinating stuff, right? So this is actually a nice little show of how you can actually create a general or explicit formula for this sequence. So hopefully you thought that was kind of neat. Ah, that's a good question. So could you put a whole negative sign in front of this thing? Now, the one thing we have to be a bit careful. See, I don't ever want to exclude anything. That's a fair question, right? So if we tried putting a negative out front, we would need some. So keep in mind, I could put a negative out here. That's actually a good point. We could do that. So if you're actually thinking about this, if I need to flip it and then flip it again, so I can go like, I don't know, let's try like, do like this. But we need this like all in parentheses, I think. Let's see. I like to play around with this with you guys. So let's see, we got minus. So if I have -1, that gets us just 1, right? So if I make sure that it's negative in here, then this becomes positive. Very slick, I like that. I think this also works. I want you to try thinking about that. I think that actually works. But yeah, no, this gets you thinking, right? So the whole idea here is to try to look for patterns you recognize first when you're trying to come up with an explicit or general formula. And I must stress that this isn't by any means just easy all the time. You don't just see it right away. Very often it's just like, okay, I know that number sequence. So I'm just going to try playing around with that. So like I said, one thing, if you find yourself fiddling around, you're just like, hey, look, I'm just kind of bored today. I'm going to go look at funky number sequences out there. This website is your best friend. And that's an I, by the way. There's an I. This is an I right here. You can, like I said, if they still have the feature on that site where you can make it play MIDI versions, like straight up like keyboard-esque tunes of the integer sequences, you could do that on that site. It's pretty neat. But yeah, hopefully you thought that was pretty interesting. So the whole idea is to derive a good guess of what you're up to. And you might ask, Dan, how do you exactly check this thing? You could, of course, also... Actually, I have another version of way of writing this, so there isn't just one way of doing this, by the way. Here's another one. I was about to get to my next thing, but I also was going to mention this one. Here's another way I could reformulate the same one. So we have, so far, 2 different ways of doing it. Here's a third one. So I'm going to do... let's see. Yeah, let's do this one. So I'm going to have -1 to the k over k plus 1 squared, but the thing is we're going to change how we vary k. So we're going to start k at 0 now. So notice that if you start k at 0 here, we're always bumping up k up by 1 here. So notice that all we're doing is just nudging it a little bit in one direction to make it so it squares it. I like to think of it kind of like a little like work line. You're just like, okay, just a gentle push, gentle push. There we go. So here we go. So, but yeah, no, so the main point I'm getting at is there's not just one way of doing it, but most certainly you'll find that there's a little bit of creativity that goes into this process. And I tried to give a couple of tips here. I've included, by the way, in these notes I have here, I've also included a few small exercises if you want to play around with some more of these. But what I wanted to move on to is about series. So before anything, are there any questions or anything like that? Don't be shy. I'm always happy to answer any questions. Yeah, no, we had a pretty lovely question so far. So right now, I just wanted to get you on the flavor side. I know it sounds like I'm doing some Saturday morning cartoon here of how a sequence works. It's just a function. Just think of it like a machine. I give you each index. It spits out a term. And the thing is, I just usually describe them by writing them out term by term. So if there aren't any questions, I'm going to move on to start talking about series. So I think that some people might actually appreciate this one a bit more than just this. I'm just trying to give you some machinery for us to play around with so that we can kind of play around with this more. So let's just head over here, and I'm going to erase the board. So far we know what a sequence is. So now let's and we got this idea that, okay, if you get creative enough, you can come up with a general way of writing out one sequence as a so-called general or explicit formula. So what if I give you one of those and I want to do something with it? For example, I want to add up all the terms in the sequence, or I want to multiply all the terms in the sequence. This brings us to series. My eraser's just giving me a hard time today. So let's get into this. These whiteboard markers really got the gusto. So anyways, let's talk about what a series is. So next, let's talk about what a series is. I'm going to focus primarily on summations because those are most of our best friend when we're analyzing algorithms, but I must stress that there's other types of series out there. So for example, products. So very often we encounter series. So for example, if you're interested in analysis of algorithms, very often when you are counting up the number of operations that your algorithm performs, say for example in worst case analysis, oftentimes what you count up ends up looking like a summation. Not always, but sometimes it happens. Say for example, if you have a loop or a nested loop, sometimes you'll have a double summation sometimes. So often we encounter series. So often a series can be finite or infinite, just like we talked about with a finite sequence and an infinite sequence, respectively. Given an infinite or finite sequence, terms of the sequence sorry, I'm getting really excited here. That sequence is looking a little melted. Sequence are added or multiplied together. So give you the kind of the frank end goal in this process, okay? You can imagine I have some number of operations in the sense of a computer science kind of mentality. I have some number of operations from my analysis of an algorithm. I derive what we call a growth or complexity function. So if you're curious more about these, I have like an extensive series called Big O Bootcamp on the channel where all I do is go through how you can prove claims involving Big O and these complexity functions. The question is, how exactly do we write these things out? You can imagine I have some general or explicit term or formula that I use to represent these counts, and I want to add them all together. So, or sometimes even multiply them. We're going to focus on adding for us because that's what you run into almost always. So given terms, so imagine I give you a sequence where its terms are A1, A2, all the way up to AN. Their sum, which is a finite series, at least in the sense I've written it here, can be given by the summation. So this is where we get to pull this bad boy out. Summation, which is the symbol we use for summation is sigma, well, capital sigma. So written like this. So I'm going to lay out the convention here for you, okay? So we got a lower limit to the summation, where you could imagine this for my computer science oriented fellows. You could imagine it's almost like a for loop, okay? So you imagine I have my term. Now, in the context of summations, very often what you're adding in the summation is sometimes called a summed. Or summand. So this would be your term for your sequence. This is the lower limit. And what we write at the top is the upper limit. And let me show you how this plays out, okay? There's a lot of ways you can tweak around with this notation. So what I want you to do is imagine it's like a for loop. So you start off with I is assigned m, and what we're going to do is we're going to incrementally increase the value of I by 1. So you can imagine this as am plus, then what I do is I write out the next term that's 1 higher. You can imagine each time I'm just going through and iterating through each value of I, starting at m, and I go all the way up to n and include that. So this would be am plus 2, all the way up to and including an. So if you're not sure what you're looking at here, this m, imagine it's just a 1, and you get this right here, except we're just adding them up, okay? So that's the way I like to think about it. I imagine it like a for loop. And you might ask, Dan, are there any like tweaks you can make to this notation? I've seen some places where what you do is you introduce another box over another spot right here. And say you want to make it increment by say 1, or sorry, instead of just being 1, like 2 or 5 or something like that. You could put a number over here, but it's not nearly as common. Very often people will just throw that some way into this the summed or term. So hopefully that is clear, everybody. Is that clear, everybody? Is that clear? So this is what a summation looks like, and this is how you could write it out. So it's just a sum of all of the terms in the sequence. So you could think of this as the starting index and the last index, or final index. Now you might say, Dan, does it really matter that it's a sequence per se? Now technically speaking, like for when you're using it, doesn't make much of a difference. The point is that each thing you got inside that summation is a term in some sequence. That's the big point I'm getting at. So let me give you an example of what one of these might look like, just because I've done enough abstract stuff here with you. I thought I would start playing around with this a little bit more. So I'm going to show you one of these. So I must stress that by the end of our tutorial here today, I'm going to show you actually why this next thing I'm going to show you here is actually why holds. So I'll show you a couple different ways to convince yourself that it's actually true. So hopefully one of them, I'll give you a couple different ways you can go about it, okay? So I usually like to show students the first one to convince yourself of this. But the second one is a way that if you're learning about mathematical induction, I want to show you how you can do that, okay? So here's just another example. So suppose I give you 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus all the way up to some positive integer n. I must stress that you could have it starting at 0. It doesn't make any difference. It's just a 0 there. So let's exercise that flex that we got from earlier. And instead of looking at these pluses here, imagine it just as a sequence. And I want to write a general formula for some integer for each one of these terms. And if you think about it, so remember, it starts off at 1. So you imagine this as the initial value it takes on. So it starts off at 1. And the final value in this, imagine it's just going through one after the other, is n, right? So it means that what should go right here then? Must note that the variable I'm using here is I. What should go here is the sum end. What should go right there? What's the explicit or general formula for each term in this sequence that's being added up? And I must stress that if you're ever not sure, again, you can always massage or simplify what you have over here. If it isn't easy enough to really play around with at first, do some algebra, play a little bit around with it. But this one, it's pretty straightforward, right? At least I'd hope. It's a nice classic. It's a classic. You just put an I right here. So notice that if you start this off at I is 1, you get 1. You increment I by 1 again. You get 2. Increment I by 1 again. Well, you put that in here, right? 3, 4, 5, all the way up to when you get to the uppermost value, this upper limit, n, put n in for I, it's right there. So we actually have a name for this series here. It's often called the Arithmetic Series. So there's some variants of this that are also called this, but they all have the same kind of flavor to them. So this also gets its name after what's called the Arithmetic Sequence, which has a very similar form to what I have right here. You can, for example, have a multiplicative term in front of this plus a constant on the opposing side after you add it. But my point is that it doesn't make much of a difference. So you might ask, Dan, what's this all going to be about? Well, my point at this stage is I'm just trying to show you what exactly a summation looks like. I will give you a closed form. This is actually just a simple formula for which it only takes some small number of operations to perform, usually a constant number of operations to perform, to evaluate the overall sum. Because notice that if I imagine this intuitively, like if I was going to implement this on a computer, you could imagine it's just like a for loop, right? I just have like a variable and I go, oh, x is assigned x plus I, right? So I would just run through each one of them and I could return you the value, right? So you can imagine it like that if you'd like. But I can tell you there's a nice, very simple formula for this, and I will go through that delicately. So this is an example of a finite series. And I must stress the way that people would read this. So what it would be read as is the summation from I is equal to 1 to n of I. Okay, so seeing that this is a finite series, I'll give you an example of an infinite series. So here's another one. It's called the Harmonic Series. It comes up every once in a blue moon. Sort of like a werewolf that comes out at you at the middle of the night and you go, ah, help me. So you only run into it really when it's too late. Believe me, I've analyzed some very, very interesting algorithms sometimes where it just comes out of nowhere and you're just like, whoa, I have to deal with this sucker. Or at least a flavor of it. This is what we call the Harmonic Series. It has a finite version as well. But this is an example of an infinite series. Do you notice I put an infinity there? That means there's an infinite number of terms in this. Just like when we talked about infinite sequence, I'm adding up an infinite number of things, okay? Blow your mind. So anyways, that's what a series looks like. And next, I'm just trying to think of where I want to go with this. There's always so many things of fun chat about here. Okay. I'll give you a couple bits of notation, then we'll start really playing around with some properties that we have for these things. Seeing as I brought up products. So a series that is a product of each term. I must stress that we use this capital pi, not like pie, this kind of stuff that's really lovely to eat. I mean the Greek letter, capital, we're using a capital pi. So just like we have a really big summation as sigma, we use pi, a big capital pi, to represent products. It looks like this. So it uses the same type of notation again. Have a starting index, you have an end index, and say for example I give you this. What it means is I'm taking A1 and I multiply it by A2, then I multiply that by A3, and I multiply all the rest of these terms together all the way up to AN. So just as an example, so that you know that this thing is just really not that obscure, this is also, here, let me write factorial. So here's just an example. So here's factorial. So if you want to write factorial in this way, here's factorial. So n factorial, it's written with this exclamation mark. You can define it like this. So you have the starting index, the lower limit k is b1, and the upper limit is going to be n, and in each term in there it's just going to be k. So you want to see what that is? That is just n times n minus 1 times n minus 2, multiply all the way down to 2 times 1. Pretty nifty, right? You thought you had to describe this thing recursively or something like that. Nah, this is another tool you can use to describe that. Normally when I teach factorial, I show what I have over there on the furthest right, and then I'll write it out recursively so that we can see an example of using recursion. So, one thing I want to point out is another thing. I always have so many things to show you. Let's talk about some properties that these series have. So I'm just going to list them, and I'm going to give you quick justifications for each one. So if you're not convinced by what I'm saying, I encourage you to take the argument I'm going to give you and write it out on paper, okay? So I'm going to give you kind of a sketch of each one of the ways you'd prove these, okay? So I'm just going to orally say them. I'm just going to like fire these things off. So, why? Because most of these involve just counting. And not too terribly sophisticated counting. Because counting can, as much as we like to think counting is a very easy thing to do, man, when you get into the world of combinatorics, counting does not become easy. It's a whole other beast. Man, I love combinatorics. But this doesn't need too much crazy justification, okay? So let me just give you some properties. We'll use these in some of our examples. Some properties. I was about to say some property. I'm like, oh, that's some property. It's over there. So some properties. So if we're given two sequences, AM plus 1, and so on. So it might be infinite, it might be finite. I'm just going to presume for our discussion, when I write out these properties, that they're going to be finite. So it will be eventually a finite term, at least in the form as I give you. So I have AM plus 1, I have BM plus 1, and so on. And I'm going to presume that these are numbers, these numbers are real numbers. So we're talking about fairly general terms here. So our sequences of real numbers. And C, so there's going to be another, you can think of it just as it's just a constant as far as we're concerned. But you'll see that it doesn't have to be a constant. It's just that it's not dependent on the sums. So you'll see, is any real number. So it just could be any real number. Then the following hold. Then the following hold for any integer n, which is going to be greater than or equal to m. So that's my cap, is n. I'm just capping off the sequences, okay? So here's the first one. So if I give you a sum, lower limit is m, goes up to n, ak. And I want to have a second sum. Sorry, I get very excited here. Let's go grab some water. Hopefully that didn't sound too graphic. So I have the same number of terms between these two. Notice the indices, they match each other. That's an important detail here. But I'm going to add the results of adding all these terms of each sequence. What you can do is you can lump them together, all their terms together, by adding them like this. So that means that you can take each one of those terms, you can add them individually amongst each other like this. Now you might say, Dan, what do you mean by this? So the way this very often gets used is actually that it's distributive. So if you look at on the right side, if you end up with something where you're adding or subtracting in here, when you're subtracting, make sure you watch carefully the sign. But when you do this, you can actually distribute or split this into two sums like I have over there. And you might ask, Dan, why is this true? So let's think about it. Just write out what the sigmas, like what these summations mean. So what this is saying is that you have AM plus 1 plus all the way up to AN, right? This right here means I'm going to take BM plus 1 all the way up to BN, right? So that's what this means. This is all what that means. So all I'm going to do now is do that trick I told you earlier about associating the terms with their indices. So look. And you can do this for each one of the terms because you can match them up. Now look what I did. So all you do is you take those two, add them together, you get one term. Take those two, add them together. Take those two, add them together. And do you see how this works? It's really just pairing each term up like this, and they have a common index, so I'm allowed to do it like this. So all I'm doing is taking this one, and I'm saying, boom, add those two together now. Because remember, the whole idea here is that addition is associative. So I could just simply rearrange the way I write this, right? So I could just simply, if you're not convinced by my fun little lines, here, I could do this. So I just reorganize them by listing them out separately. And since I can introduce parentheses, I can do that like this. And then you ask the question, what's the general or explicit formula? It's right there. Pretty nifty, right? So that's the first property. So this is going to be one of your best friends. If you're ever playing around with summations, it's one of your best friends. And I must stress that it doesn't matter if there's a plus here or a minus. If you have a minus, it'll become a minus right here. Just be careful though. Remember, this is a whole sum. There's a whole ham hog here. One very common mistake that happens that students run into is they accidentally redistribute the negative sign if they're doing subtraction. So they would have minus here, they put minus where the plus is, that's okay. The problem is that they accidentally regroup the terms and they apply negative signs to things that aren't negatives. So that's one right there. So I'm just gonna make myself a little bit more space. So that's the first one. This is one of your friends. Another friend is that whenever you have a variable that is not associated with the index inside of this sum, so in this case that would be k, you can actually pull it out in front of the sum. So you can factor it out. So I can have c times the sum from k is equal to m to n of ak. So c times this is no different than me writing this. The sum from k is equal to m to n of c times a sub k. These are no different than each other. The way you could tell really quickly is notice that c has no relationship with k. So very often in algorithm analysis, even though I use a c to make it sound like it's a constant, which many times it will be, it could be something like n. Like notice n right here? Like this could easily have been n and you could apply this property. Notice it has no dependency on k. And you might ask, Dan, why is this true? Well, let's think about it. There's a very similar property going on here like property number 1. So notice here, if I write out the left-hand side, that's c times am plus 1 plus am plus 2 plus all the way up to an, right? What does it look like when I decide I want to pull that c inside the parentheses? I want to multiply it against each one of the terms, right? Because like you can think of it just like if I factored out c, right? If I do this now, I'll get c times am plus c times am plus 1 plus c times am plus 2 all the way up to c times an. Notice that each one of these is a term in the right-hand side there. Pretty nifty, right? So that's why that's true. So without getting too much into just some algebraic rules for you. And these are true over reals, just to be very clear. The things that are integers are the indices on the sum, okay? But most of the time when we're playing with stuff in our analysis of algorithm, most of the time these are going to be integers where there might exist constants that aren't. But that's okay. Third property, this one involves products. It's quite similar to these first two, so I'm not going to go too much into detail about it. It's just products instead of sums. So I'm going to have the product starting k is equal to m to n for ak. Imagine I have another sequence where I'm going to multiply this. I'm going to put a dot in here just to emphasize this. Times this whole product. The product from k is equal to m to n of bk. This is no different than rewriting this where I'm going to have the product of each one of these individual terms like this. And I'll give you a quick rundown of why exactly this is true. It's almost the exact same reasoning I used here when we talked about property number 1. Do you notice something that's nice about multiplication is that if you write out what this means, well, this is am times am plus 1 times am plus 2 times all the way up to an, right? This right here is bm times bm plus 1 times bm plus 2 times times bn. What do you do with this? You just regroup them like this. See, pretty nice, right? So those are some properties of series, okay? So many of these get used in algorithm analysis. Let me get the chat open. Are there any questions? Don't be shy to ask any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions. Say if you aren't convinced by any of the things I said here. Dan, you're just saying some funny things on the over here. I'm just watching this and just being like, what the heck is going on? So hopefully I'm not losing anybody here. We're having ourselves a good time. Yeah, so far, I think we're going okay. if you're enjoying this, make sure you tell your friends to come on out. We're having ourselves a good time. Okay, so if we're doing okay, I'm going to shift gears. Actually, let me keep the chat open. I'm going to erase the boards, and then we're going to be talking about closed form expressions. So I alluded to this earlier, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to justify some of these for you today. And the way I'm going to do that is using mathematical induction, which I know that some of you guys are learning some of this stuff. And I'll teach it the way that I learned it from, well, actually, not necessarily. I have all sorts of fun things I do on top, but I don't know if they'll be like, oh, Danny, say some funny things, man. But my point is I know what I'm talking about when it comes to at least what we're going to be talking about here. That's the point I'm getting at. And if there's anything you're not sure about, you just tell me, okay? So just tell me in the chat. If you have any questions or anything like that, don't hesitate to stop me. Okay. Okay. What we're going to do next, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about closed form expressions. So far up to this point, we've talked about sequences. We've talked about what a series is. We've talked about properties of series. We also talked about how we can write the general or explicit form of a given sequence. So once we have those bits and pieces, we can start talking about what we call a closed form expression. So let's talk about that now, and I'm going to give you some common patterns, and also I'm going to prove a couple of these with you using the principle of mathematical induction. So you can consider these examples for talking about induction. So I'll show you what that's all about too, if you've never heard of it. It's a very powerful, some would argue, at least the mathematics kind of people would say, oh man, induction, it makes things too easy. so let's, and I don't mean that like in a bad way, it's just that if you talk to some mathematicians, at least like I have, some will tell you that it makes proofs sometimes a little too easy. Some like to try to find the most elementary ways of proving a claim without having to use induction. So I'm mentioning this because I'm not saying that these are the only ways you can proceed with proving these claims. These are just one way you can go about it. Induction is one of your best friends when you want to start thinking about, like, say, structures, and you want to talk about smaller structures in relation to those. So there's kind of two ways you could think about induction. One way is you can think of it like you're building up or you're working your way down. Another way is think of it in terms of recursion. So you imagine you have a larger thing and it's comprised of smaller things, but you know something about the smaller things. That's the induction. So anyways, let's talk about, I'm going to give you first a list of common closed forms. So let's do this. And you might ask, Dan, what is a common, or what is a closed form? So I use the word common just to be clear that these are ones that you'd very often encounter if you're doing algorithm analysis. So these, by no means is this a complete list. You can think of this kind of like a baby step towards the kind of things that you can find that you can quickly use. And in many instances, you're going to run into this. So one of these will probably be something you'll run into. Not every one of them, but most certainly a good chunk of these. Some of them you'll run into so often you'll just memorize it. And that's often the point I try to get to when I talk about a lot of this sort of stuff. So let's talk about, so usually in an algorithms class, very often people won't expect you to memorize all of these, usually just a subset of them. However, I can't tell you what every prof wants you to do. So the point is that a lot of these are very common in algorithm analysis. Likewise, you might ask, Dan, what is a closed form? So imagine I give you my general or explicit formula for a given term. Now, what if I wanted to have something like that, but for the entire series? That's what a closed form expression is, or closed form formula is. So you know how we have like a general or explicit formula for a given term in a sequence? You can imagine the same concept, except now we're going to talk about the whole sum. So now I want to know what's a formula for calculating the entire sum. That's what a closed form or sum or product, whatever would be for the operator. That's what closed form is. The nice thing with closed form expressions is they typically are very easy to compute, often, at least the ones that you'll run into. No, I can't claim that all of them are. Most certainly there's some really strange ones out there. But the ones that I'm going to show you here are rather nice. That's the point I'm getting at. And usually they involve computing a constant number of operations to do it. So that's another perk that they also have very often. So here are some common ones. So the first one I already told you about earlier is the Arithmetic Series. So the sum from I is equal to 1 to n. You keep in mind it could be a 0 here. It doesn't make any difference. Where the summoned or general term is I. Now you might ask, Dan, what the heck is that? So I'm going to give you one way of thinking about how you can derive what a closed form would look like for this. So remember, the goal I'm coming up for here is I would like a general formula for any arbitrary n for this given guy here. So it has to be like n is 1, n is 2, n is 3. It has to work for all of those values. So I have 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 all the way up to n. I would like to have a nice formula that takes a constant number of operations for me to perform that tells me what the sum actually is without having to calculate each one of these terms separately. So, because remember, if I were to do this mechanically, say algorithmically, I would have to, if I literally were to calculate this out, I would have to sum up each one of these, which will take n many additions. Sorry, not n. Because it'd be technically, either way it'll be big O of n. It'll be big O of n many operations that will have to happen. So I want to show you how you can do it in constant time, okay? So that's what I'm saying. So anyways, you might ask, okay, so Dan, what exactly do you mean by this? So what I would like to have is a formula that if I pump an n into it, it should tell me what this is. But I want it to be something in terms of n. So here we go. Here I'm going to give you an idea of how this will work. So this is a nice, cute way of coming about this. So if I had f of 1, suppose that f is going to be my function that's going to represent the sum of all of these terms for up to n. So it starts at 1, goes up to n. So if it's f of 1, that's just 1, right? So I'm going to represent that as a box. And then next, imagine I want to consider f of 2. That means it's 1 plus 2. Well, how many boxes are there? 1, 2, 3. There's 3 boxes, right? Okay, how about f of 3? Well, think about it. You start off with 1 plus 2. So far I got 3 plus 3 gives me what? What does it give me? Gives me 6. So far I got, so when n is 3, it's 6, which matches my boxes, right? Well, I can keep doing this, right? So I can keep going until I consider n. So eventually I will consider when I have n. So I want you to look at the heights of these boxes, okay? So this one has height 1, that has height 2, this has height 3, this one has height n, right? Now I might say, Dan, where are you going with this? And I'm going to show you how this works. So watch this. So we know that if I were to count up all these boxes, that would tell me what this sum is. So let me show you a neat geometric trick for how you could derive this closed form expression. So what I'm going to do, because you would agree with me, that if I were to know how many boxes there are, which is equivalent to me asking what the area is of all of these boxes, if they're all 1 by 1 squares, right? That'd be the same thing, right? what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my jagged looking triangle and I'm going to mirror it on itself across the diagonal like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it where I have one box right here for that one. So I'm going to imagine I'm going to take it like this. So I'm going to take what I have here, I'm going to fit it around so it makes a complete square or rectangle. So it'll be a rectangle. So I'll have one box, then I'll have two boxes, then I'll have three boxes, and so on all the way until I have my n boxes, right? When I introduce this stack of new boxes, like this, what's the height of all of these? They're not 1 anymore. This is now, I add n there, I add n minus 1 here, I add n minus 2 here, here I add 1. So if I look at this as one big rectangle, what's the dimension of this part of the rectangle? Well, I say it right here, it's n plus 1. All of these are n plus 1 now. So it's n plus 1 now on that side of the rectangle. How about this one? Well, we know it's n. So it's an n by n plus 1 rectangle in its dimensions. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. What's the area of the black squares? Well, let's think about it. The way I built these red squares was just simply taking the exact same number of boxes and mirroring it like this. So the area of this whole rectangle is twice as big as the area of the black squares. So if I want to ask what the area of, or how many boxes there are, well, it's the area of my rectangle, which is n times n plus 1. And since the black squares comprise half of it, there you go. And that's your closed form expression. So no matter what n you put into this that fits this form, you will get this guy. And that's an example of a closed form formula. So I will later, after I go through this list, I'm going to show you how you can prove this using a different technique. So I'll be showing you how to do it with mathematical induction. This is more of a cute geometric argument. There's many proofs for this guy over here. Just a cute picture, okay? So with that being said, let's keep going here. So this is one right here. Here's another one. So suppose I have the square numbers. We talked about those earlier. Suppose I want to go through each one of my terms here, and I'm going to sum them up. So I have 1 squared plus 2 squared plus 3 squared plus 4 squared. And I must stress that this is I squared. It's the term or summand for this summation, okay? This is n times n plus 1 times 2n plus 1 divided by 6. And you might ask, Dan, where does that come from? Well, let's think about it. So I'm not going to go too deep about this one because I want to respect your time, because keep in mind that we're going to be doing a bunch of other stuff here today. So I'll give you kind of a flavor of it. Do you see that there's an n times n plus 1 like we had there? That's not a coincidence, okay? So one thing I'll give you as a tip, especially for algorithm analysis classes, know this one. That one's your best friend. It's always your best friend. I will tell you, I've given numbers of exams where I just expect you to know that one, say for courses. Here's another one that is another one of your best friends. This one I will convince you of, or at least I'll hopefully convince you on. This is another important one. So I'm going to assume that I am given A and B, which are going to be integers. So for those that aren't acquainted with this notation, this means in, and this is the set of all integers. So this includes your counting numbers, also includes the negative numbers, and it also includes 0. And suppose I give you a real number, C. So this blackboard R means the set of all real numbers. The blackboard Z means the set of all integers. And it's that A is less than or equal to B. Then the sum from I is equal to A to B of C. So it means that all I'm doing is adding a whole bunch of C's together. And I must stress, if you don't like C right there, you can just put 1 right there, just to help you see what's going on here. This right here, you might ask, okay, what's that? Well, for the sake of discussion here, I'm just going to presume that A and B are integers, but not just that, they're going to also be positive, okay? But I must stress that this works regardless. Just the point is that A has to be less than or equal to B. So I'm just going to keep this simple. So remember, let's understand what this means. So it starts off at A. So we have, for A, so when we have value A, we have a C. For value A plus 1, we have a C. Plus another term for A plus 2. All the way up to eventually you're going to get B. So for the term for B. So the question is, okay, so how many C's am I adding? Well, let's think about it. For the sake of our discussion, remember I'm presuming that there are a discrete number of these. That exactly is what's happening, right? So how many C's am I counting up? Well, let's think about it. If I had B many, that would be starting off at 1, right? I would have go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to B, right? If I go from... So if I have that, then I take away those that go up to but include A. How many of those are there? Well, I'd be cleaving off some number of these if I included a whole bunch before this, right? But these ones are definitely in the sum. So again, in a very similar fashion, you can imagine I'm adding a whole bunch more C's. But these are all the ones before that. So this would be for like term 1, term 2, all the way up to, I guess it would be another one in here. Sorry, there's supposed to be dots right here. It sort of melted into the plus signs, okay? So this right here, this will be term A minus 1. So the true value for this sum will be when I get rid of all of these. Because truly, if I start this off at, say, 1 or 0, you know how many B's there are, right? Right? So you know that, okay, if it starts at 1 and goes up to B, that means that you have a C for 1, a C for 1, sorry, C for 2, a C for 3, C for 4, C for 5, C for all the way up to B. That means that there's B many of them, right? There's B many of them if you start at 1. So you know that there's going to be B many if you started at, say 1, right? Then if you wanted to start at A, what's the first thing I can think of trying to do? Get rid of all the ones that go up to and include A, right? So there's going to be less A many terms. But you'll notice right away, if I just do this, I'm actually cleaving away this one right here. So I actually need to add in one more term. Because I would be getting rid of too much stuff. So I add one back in, because remember, the index when I is A is in fact an element that I am counting over. So it's C times this. And this is the number of C's that I'm adding up. And I must stress that A and B can be any integers as long as A is less than or equal to B. What's actually happening as a mechanism with this sum is that I'm asking how many times am I adding up the summand. That's all that's happening. So this one's another one of your best friends. If you know these two, I think you're doing pretty good. So if you get yourself playing around with the analysis of algorithms, you'll find that these two are your most common friends you're going to run into. This one not so much, but these two most certainly. So here's some more. I'm going to dish out some more. These ones I'm not going to say as many things about. So I'm going to have the sum from I is equal to 1 to n of I times I plus 1. This is going to be n times n plus 1 times n plus 2 divided by 3. You might ask, Dan, what is that all about? I won't have enough time to talk about it, so we're going to proceed to the next one. I do always have time, but most certainly I'm just joking around. I just want to get to some meaty, juicy stuff, okay? So right now we're just kind of going through a list, and I'm trying to justify some of the ones you're going to really want to find useful to use all the time. So the next one I want to give you is... Okay, I already did D. I'm getting ahead of myself. E. So my next one I'm going to show you here is for those of the purists in the room, you'll very often call this the arithmetic series. So the sum from I is equal to 0 to n minus 1 of a plus I times d. So I is the lower limit here. Sorry, the variable I'm using to iterate over this is to be n times a plus d times the sum from I is equal to 1. So I is equal to 0, sorry. Doesn't make much of a difference to n minus 1. Well, if you know your closed forms from over there, if you just simplify this, you'll end up with n times a plus d n times n minus 1 over 2. Now you might ask, Dan, where the heck did this n times n minus 1 come from? Well, remember, in the first one I gave you, the upper limit is what appears on the right-hand side. It's the upper limit times the upper limit plus 1 divided by 2, right? So, well, what's the upper limit here? It's n minus 1. So it's n minus 1 times the n minus 1 plus 1. That's what this comes from, and there's your divided by 2. This one you could derive from that one, which is why I never really think this one's too terribly important to figure out on your own. It's just a simple little exercise from that one. So next, we're going to get a couple juicy ones. This one I will prove for you at some point here. So for some real number, which is going to be r, which is very commonly called the common ratio in this context. It's not going to be equal to 1 in our case, but I must stress that there's ways to generalize it so you could have an r that's equal to 1, but it honestly collapses into C over there. It just collapses into that one, if my memory serves me correctly. Any integer n greater or equal to 0. You might know this as the finite geometric series. So the sum from I is equal to 0 to n of r to the I is equal to r to the n plus 1 minus 1 all over r minus 1. So you know this one is the finite geometric series. You run into this guy whenever you're dealing with, well, at least one example I can give you, because I can give you tons of examples where this comes up. One place where you can run into this guy is when you're dealing with things that are growing exponentially large, hence the geometric growth that characterizes the geometric sequence. So very often you run into this guy when you consider the opposite. So for example, when you are trying to analyze how many times you have to apply a given function call, and say this is happening exponentially many times, or even the reverse of that. Say a logarithmic number of times. Usually the logarithmic number, sometimes it grows, like you're trying to figure out the powers of 2, and you ask, how many times did I have to go for the powers of 2? Sometimes it pops up with this guy. Somewhere pops up. And then you just take the logs of both sides. It happens. I'm just saying. Here's a variant of it that I like to give students because I just like it. It also is easier because you're dealing with, like say if you have a lower limit and upper limit, you want something that's easy to play around with. This is your variant that's your friend. You can derive it from this one, by the way. For some real number, r is not equal to 1, and you have non-negative integers. Non-negative integers. This integer, by the way, is just sort of melting there. The n is just looking like it's turning into an h. It's just happy, okay? Integers, L and U, where L is going to be, L is less than or equal to U. Here's how I'm going to write this out. So you're going to see that this is actually just a specialization of this one right here. I is equal to L. So it goes from I is equal to L to U. A times R to the I, where A is just some real number. This is going to be equal to A times R to the L minus R to the U plus 1, all divided by 1 minus R. And again, if you find yourself wanting to look at this and be like, Dan, I'm not convinced that this is true. What you do is you take this guy right here. And the reason why you'll notice that I make L and U non-negative integers is the technique you use is actually one of the techniques I'm going to show you here shortly. So you just apply, like if you wrote out this, you could rewrite this as a partial sum of one of the parts and one for the other part. Apply this for each one, and then simplify, and you'll get this right here. So I'm going to actually show you that technique shortly. So let me just get the chat open. That's all my list here. So if you have any questions for anybody that's hopping on in or anything like that, or hopping in and out, I am taking questions. So if anybody has any questions in the chat, or you have questions about what I'm chatting about over here, just put it in the chat. It's like a good old time here. So, of course, or if you want to chat about other things, I'm always happy to chat about that stuff too. It's always a good time. But yeah, no, so far we've covered sequences. We've talked about summations and series. We've talked about some closed form expressions. I will, again, I'm going to mention this, that I will prove this one for you, and I'll prove the first one for you, the Arithmetic Series one. I gave you a nice little cute way of geometrically deriving the Arithmetic Series' closed form, but I want to show you how you do it with induction, because I think it's valuable, say if you're learning mathematical induction, to see it with some basic examples. Things that you're more familiar with as well. So let's see here. I'm just looking at what I got here. I got tons of goodies in front of me. Like I'm saying, if you find yourself wanting another example, I can always do that with you. So what I'm going to do, I think next, is I'm going to show you a couple of tricks you can use to simplify summations. These ones I very often give students because I find that at first when you see this stuff, it looks a little daunting. So I like to usually give a little bit of fun here where we can kind of just see some simple ways you can massage the summations and so on. So that if you're looking at this stuff and you're like, okay, well, I don't have a thing that looks like this closed form. How can I get it so it looks like that? And that's actually what we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about how you can play around with some of these summations so that you can simplify them down a little further. So you can derive a closed form expression, which is a very common exercise when you're doing algorithm analysis. Because very often what happens is you end up with one of these sums or a whole bunch of sums, and you have to simplify them down. So one thing I will mention for those, whether you're watching or you're watching this in the future, that happens. If you find yourself in that situation, you're looking for more examples, I do have more examples. Just bug me over on patreon.com/pagewizard, and I make that stuff available. So, anyways, so I make that stuff available for like supporter access. It's one of these things I do. But generally, if you ask me nice, I'm usually quite happy to make more examples. I usually make them in the form of lessons just like this one. So if you find yourself saying, Dan, I really don't understand how to do this, just please reach out to me. I'm very happy to make videos and show you how you do this and the rationale behind all of this kind of stuff. So anyways, now that we have some closed forms, let's kind of go through the fun exercise of applying closed forms. So I'm going to give you some, you can call this like Dan's fun bucket of tricks for simplifying summations, but I don't claim to have been the one to come up with these. These are just some very basic ways of manipulating summations. I'm just being a little playful here. So let's talk about simplifying summations. So, here are some common tricks. So the first one I'm going to give you, it's going to be this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do them in the form of examples to illustrate the technique. But I'll have more thorough explanation, like just some sentences in that in the notes here. So anyways, suppose that I give you a sum from I is equal to 1 to k of I minus 1. Now there's several different ways I can go about trying to make this look like the closed form I gave you earlier. So you can look at this and say, oh, well, it looks kind of like I, right? So what if I can make it look like that? So this is where I'm going to pull out those properties I showed you earlier of properties of summations. So the one way I can do this is when you have multiple terms inside of a summation like this. Notice we have I and we have minus 1, right? What you could do is use the distributive property I showed you earlier, right? So I could split this into two summations. Take note that these limits don't change. You can't change them. You have to be a bit more careful when you're doing that, if you're going to do that. I'll have more discussion about that when we get there. So notice I've distributed the terms akin to what we talked about earlier. Now, this looks like something I can apply the closed form formula to, and this also looks like something I can apply a closed form formula to, right? So that's all I'm going to do now. So this, the upper limit is k, so I write k plus 1 divided by 2. Please take note of the lower limit. The lower limit, in that case, if I use this, has to be either 0 or 1. The reason why it's okay to be 0 is because it's 0 plus everything else, right? So I have that. Subtract off whatever this is. So what's that? Well, it's 1 times the upper limit minus the lower limit plus 1. But it's just 1 times that, so I'm just going to write this. Okay, I'll put the 1 here, just because I want to be helpful. So now, what's that over there? Well, the 1 times all of this, just for the sake of space, minus 1 plus 1, those annihilate each other, and I end up with just k, right? That's just k. So let's put this all together now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a common denominator. So I'm going to multiply this by 2, make it divided by 2. So let's put it all together. So I'm going to expand this out just for the sake of ease. So I'm going to make this k squared plus k minus everything that would be associated with this. So that's k, but I'm going to make it over 2. So I'm going to make it twice as big, right? Because it's over a common denominator. So note that this is no different than me writing 2k divided by 2, right? And then I'm going to simplify. So notice I have k minus 2k, so that's minus k. So I have k squared minus k over 2, which is just this. If I factor this, notice I have k's here, so I'm just going to take k times k minus 1. Because notice you can convince yourself of this just by going, okay, k times k is k squared, k times minus 1 is minus k, right? Boom, boom, right? So the first thing I can recommend is if ever you're dealing with something you're not sure about what to do and it has addition or subtraction in here, just distribute it. Don't put yourself through that. Distribute the work, okay? Next, sometimes it's helpful to take and write out what the sum actually means. So akin to what we talk about when we talk about sequences where we're trying to find a pattern, you could do something very similar to this, except you're trying to group terms because you're adding them, right? So if you can group the common terms, you can rewrite those as sums, and it may make it easier to work with. So let me give you one that actually has some numbers in it. So the sum from I is equal to 1 to 400, yeah, I'm going there, okay? And we're going to make it an alternating sequence inside of here. So I have minus 1 to the I plus 1. For those that aren't initiated from earlier, when I put 1 in here, notice it's 1 plus 1, so that'll make it 2. So it's minus 1 squared, which makes it not negative 1 anymore, it's positive 1. It flips the sign, okay? That's why we call it, say it's alternating. So it will alternate back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that intuition is rather helpful, but I'm going to make this even more interesting. So I'm going to multiply this by the ceiling of I over 2. Now, for those who have never seen the ceiling function before, that is simply, I take whatever the result of I over 2 is, and I'm going to round it up. And I mean straight up, just like, if you give me 2.3, and I apply the ceiling function to it, I want 3. You're going to, so when you have a choice of rounding down or up, you're always going to round up. So if you have a fractional part that makes it so it's slightly bigger than the current integer, it goes up to the next one. So just like if I had 2.5, the ceiling of 2.5 is 3, and it doesn't matter, it could be 2.001. That's 3. My little turtle friend fell down. We gotta help him. Let me go get him. There we go. There we go. So does everybody understand what the ceiling function's all about? So all it's going to do is divide by 2, and I'm going to, whatever the result is, it may be a fractional number, I'm going to make it so it's the next highest integer if it isn't an integer, okay? So, let's see what this means. So let's try putting in 1. So 1 to the, let's see, 1 to the, so that, remember we said that's just 1 times 1 over 2. Rounded up is just 1 over 2 is 1, right? So the first term is 1. Next, 2. So that's 3 up there. So odd exponent means it's going to stay negative. 2 over 2 is just 1, right? 3. Okay. 3 plus 1. Okay, now it's even again, so now it's positive. And then 3 over 2 is just 2 when you round it up. Do you see anything interesting going on yet? So it's 1 minus 1. 2. Let's go on to the next one. 4. So we have an odd exponent, makes it negative. 4 over 2 is 2. Now it's minus 2. So we got plus 3, minus 3. And so on until you get plus 200. Minus 200. That 2 is looking a little bit cramped there. So now, notice very quickly that I have, so some people would call this a telescopic sum. So what it means is that I've expanded the sum out so that now you can see that there's actually parts that are going to cancel out each other like this. So I'm going to rewrite this for the sake of our exercise as 2 new summations that are simpler forms that you know how to play around with, okay? So keep in mind that if you can immediately see that these are going to annihilate each other, which is what they're going to do, I just really want you to see that really I can get creative and reformulate this. So I can take all the positive parts, I can add up all of those in a sum, goes from 1 to 200, and I'm going to subtract off the sum from I is equal to 1 to 200 of I. So those are all my negative terms, right? I'm going to apply the closed forms for each one. 200 times 200 plus 1 divided by 2 minus 200 times 200 plus 1 divided by 2. And this is just equal to 0, right? These are the exact same quantities due to symmetry. So you could have stopped right here the minute you've seen it, but I just want to show you that you can take a more complicated sum like this, reformulate it as much simpler sums that you know closed forms for, and then you could play with it from there. So this is just meant to illustrate that you could reformulate that more complicated looking sum as something much more friendly that you could play around with, just like a cute little kitty. So the second tip, if you're ever unsure what the summation means, just write out what it means. Remember, it's just a sequence of terms being added. That's it. So now, I'm going to give you one of my most important tips. This one I think that a lot of professors don't spend enough time showing. And I'm telling you, in research I've done, like when I was doing some of my first research, this tip, not necessarily in the context of summations, but generally in the context of combinatorics, save my butt. I'm telling you, it's a very helpful thing to keep in mind. Because sometimes you have a closed form that doesn't have quite the form you have for currently what you got. So what you do is you try to make it, massage it a little bit. So you're going to remove or add terms to quote unquote massage the summation into a closed form. I'm telling you, this, if there's any of these tips that I can take with you, other than number one, which is you're going to use this one a lot if you play around summations, this one, it will save you time sometimes. That's me covering my butt. So anyways, my point is that very often, if you know what you're playing around with, and this is a very common theme for today's lesson, is if you know what you're playing around with, you have tools, right? We want to make it so that we can apply the tool. So if you need to massage or wiggle the thing so you can use the tool, as long as you don't be inaccurate, as in you don't be dishonest by making up stuff that makes no sense, instead you actually don't lose any new information that you're going to need. So for example, in our case, if we start adding or removing terms, we have to make sure we add back or remove those terms afterwards, okay? That's what I'm getting at. So we need to make sure we do that. So once I get through this next, I have two more tips here. After this, we're going to get into, I'm tempted to get into induction because I'm looking at the time. I want to give you a couple of examples of doing mathematical induction. So here we go. I'm going to give you an example. So this is a very elementary example for number 3. But I'm not kidding. It'll be your best friend. So I have a sum from I is equal to 3 to k of I. Now, notice it does not fit the form of the closed form. This has to be a 0 or a 1. Now, the next technique I'm going to show you after this is far more prominent. At least if you take some of these kind of classes. It's called, so what you do is you substitute the lower and upper limits of the sum, and then you adjust what's the sum inside there to accommodate for the shift that you make to reassign the values for the lower and upper limit, which I'll show you how that works in a moment. But I want to show you what you could do with this that honestly, in many situations, it'll be good enough for what you're up to, unless you're specifically looking for a specific way of applying this. So notice I want this to be a 1 here. Well, what is this? It's 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8. Sorry, I'm just running out of my words here. 7 and so on, all the way up to adding up to k, right? That's what it means. Well, what if I were to stuff in 1 plus 2 in it? So it makes it look like the form. So I go 1 to k of I. We know what to do with this, right? We know what this is. This is k times k plus 1 divided by 2, right? But remember, this is me fudging it. We don't want to fudge it. We need to make sure we add back in or take away what we just included. So we added in a couple of terms in here, so I'm going to remove them now. Now, if you have many, many terms, you might write this as a summation. For the sake of simplicity in our example, I'm just going to write them out explicitly like this. So that's 1 plus 2 there. Notice that if I subtract this off of this, I'll get back that one over there. So I already know what to do with this. It's k times k plus 1 divided by 2 minus 3. Boom. That's it. So I wanted to show you a very basic example because I know that if you see this, you'll be like, dang, that's nice. So anyways, let me show you another one. So this is the last one, and this is the one I warn you is the trickiest of these to apply. If you can get away with doing this, go for it. But some people prefer this approach. Sometimes actually can be handy when you're dealing with multiple sums. So what you're going to do is another tip is you can modify or modify the lower and upper limits. So when you do this, you have to update the sum end appropriately. And I'm going to show you an example of what I mean by this. But I must put like exclamation marks, okay? To be careful when you're doing this. Because I find students very commonly make mistakes when they're first trying out using this approach. So let me show you an example. So I'm going to assume k is going to be greater or equal to 2, and we're going to let this following function be as follows. We're going to let g of k be the sum from I is equal to 3 to k plus 1 of 2 times I plus 2. Two things. The first thing is that you know actually how to play around with this if you use the previous technique. What you could do is you could just simply remove, so what you do is you add in I when I is equal to 1 and I is equal to 2. You end up with that being 1 to k plus 1. You could play around with that, apply technique number 1 and distribute it, and then play with it from there, but make sure you obviously take away the extra terms. So that's one way you can do this. I'm going to show you another way, okay? So to make this look like something that looks like one of my closed forms, I need this to be a 1, right? So I want the lower limit to be a 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new variable. So I'm going to create a variable j, and it's going to represent whatever I is, but I'm going to knock it down 2 increments so that so it would be like if I crossed out this and I put j is equal to 1. So to make that happen, I take whatever I is and I'm going to remove 2 from it. So it looks like 1. Okay? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to introduce a new variable. That's going to be what I'm going to use for my counting here. So I need to update them carefully though. So now the lower limit, the new lower limit, is as follows. It is now j is equal to 3 minus 2, which is just 1, as I said. And now we got to take the upper limit. Since I've shifted the lower limit down by 2, the upper limit has to go down by 2. The new upper limit. That means that if I look at this, it's k plus 1, but I need to knock it down by 2. Because I need to do this so that I ensure there's a proper number of terms. I don't include extra terms. Now, that isn't all I have to do now. Notice that this guy had an I in there. So everywhere where I see I need to put in whatever it would be in terms of j. So notice I have this lovely formula I cooked up. So wherever I see I'm going to replace that with whatever it would be if I wrote out I is equal to whatever else is there. So I'm going to rearrange that equation. Notice that this is no different than me writing I is equal to j plus 2. So notice I could just add 2 to both sides of this equation. I end up with I is equal to j plus 2. So that means that the sum end needs to be updated, right? So the new sum end, wherever I have I, is going to be replaced with this. So I'm going to put j plus 2 wherever I had I. So 2i plus 2 becomes 2 times j plus 2 plus 2. So now the new sum, so the new sum looks like this. So the new sum looks like this. So it's the sum from j is equal to 1 to k minus 1 the k minus 1 of, okay, well, let's just simplify this as 2j. So we've got 2j. So we've got 2j plus 4 plus another 2, that's 6, right? So this would be 2j plus 6. And now after this stage, and this is what I'm going to encourage you to try doing, is finishing up this example. Just apply technique number 1, okay? Now that you have it in a form that you can easily apply the same technique. In this case, what you would do is you'd split this into 2 parts. So you'd have 2 parts like this. So you have 2j. And then you have a 6 like this. And then notice that you could take this 2, you can factor it out in front like that. But I'll let you think about it, okay? So those are some common techniques for simplifying summations so that you can get a nice closed form expression. Okay. Is there any questions? Don't be shy to ask questions. I'm rather happy to answer any questions. But yeah, these bag of tricks will be really helpful sometimes when you're dealing with some more complicated forms. But these, by no means is this a complete list. It's just that you'll find that many times when you're running into these, you take them one step at a time. One thing I'll make a remark about are double summations. Very often you'll have it where, say for example, you have a nested loop and it's not quite clear what to do with it. Just keep in mind that if you have, say, a nested loop where you have a sum end right here, and you have lower and upper limits, so you have a lower, upper limit, just remember, the way you interpret it without any specialization is that you would always have it where it's nested within the other one, just like you had a nested loop, if we use the same intuition we had earlier. So if you have multiple nested loops, just like that, you would also have nested sums sometimes like this. And you'd simplify them in the similar manner that we talked about here. You just work your way inwards, outwards. Spooky thought it was very exciting. So anyways, now what I want to do is to, in case there's any questions or anything like that, please, of course, ask. I'm always happy to answer any questions. But what I would like to do next is I would like to do a couple of examples of mathematical induction before we get to the second part of our stream. So I want to talk about the principle of mathematical induction, and then we're going to do a couple examples. I'm going to justify for you 2 of these identities or closed form expressions that I gave you here. So that's what I'm going to be doing with you. That's at least the plan, but obviously if you have questions or you want to talk about some more examples, we can do that. Okay. Just going to erase the board here. Just gonna erase this board too. I'm just getting really excited here. Okay, let's go. So I must stress, if there's specific kinds of things that you're curious about, or you want to see more examples, just let me know, and I'm happy to make more lesson videos. Yeah, if you want access to the notes, I make them available to supporters on Patreon, at least at this time. Right now, I'm currently developing the website so that people can sign up through the website. That's at least what's going to be happening, hopefully, in the coming months. So I'm really excited about that. But yeah, no, so let me just find where we are now. Like I said, I brought a lot of stuff with me. Just in case. I'm not kidding. I have like a stack of paper in front of me. Just in case. Because like I use these mostly as props, but I always like to make sure you know that I put a lot of care into what I prepare here. So that if there's any like concerns or anything like that, you ask me. I'm happy to answer about it. Okay, I'm just going to find where my example is that I wanted to show you. Okay. Yeah, let's start with this one. Let's go with this one and this one. So I'm going to do 2 examples. of mathematical induction with you. I have other examples as well, so if you wanted something else too, just let me know. Happy to make more examples. Okay, so let me just wiggle around here. Just gonna drink some water, make some hopefully not disturbing noises. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to be moving on to the induction part of our lesson here. So I've talked about induction before, but I'm going to definitely kind of keep it simple, and we're going to do some basic examples. So that way you can see how exactly you would structure a mathematical induction proof. But in addition to this, if say you want to apply this technique, so I'm going to focus primarily, by the way, on weak induction. But if you're curious about strong induction, I brought a couple of examples with me in the event that you decide to reach in and say, Dan, I want to see an example of strong mathematical induction. I brought some of those with me. So let's get in on this. So anyways, what we're going to talk about next is the principle of mathematical induction. So I'm going to remind you of what that is. So I'm going to present this theorem to you. It's the principle of mathematical induction. Principle of mathematical induction. Let me just do one small thing on my end here. I know I forgot to do something. I was looking over there. One of my lights wasn't on. Anyways, so next what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the principle of mathematical induction. Which I'll abbreviate as PMI or MI. I'll do MI because it's one less letter. So let me give the statement for you, and I'm going to explain what this is all about, because at first it looks a little daunting, and especially if it's been a while since you've either seen logic, or if you've never seen logic, I want to be able to explain it for you so it doesn't look too alien. So what we're going to do is we're going to let S with N denote the statement. It won't be I will say a statement, because this can be, the principle of mathematical induction is fairly broad. Denote a statement regarding an integer n, and we're going to let an integer b. I'm going to choose b specifically, but it doesn't have to be b. And it doesn't have to be n either. These are just names I'm giving these variables. I'm going to let b be an integer that is fixed, so it's some constant. So if we have the following properties. So there's going to be two criteria that are going to matter here. So to use this theorem, you need to have these two criteria. That the statement for integer b is true. So you have to prove that this is the case. So S of b has to be true. And the second criteria, this is the one that's more involved. This is for every k, so every k greater or equal to b, it has to be that if S of k, then S of k plus 1. So I'll come back to this in a moment. So if you have both of these criteria, then for every n greater or equal to b, the statement S of n holds. That's what the theorem states. So to use this theorem, the principle of mathematical induction, it has to be formulated at least in this way. There's other characterizations of this principle. This is the one I like to show. This is sometimes what people call weak induction, as a contrast to strong induction, which has a somewhat different form to it, but they're both true. little theorems that you can employ. So this is what some people call weak induction, but it's colloquially just called this. So there's all sorts of different kinds of induction. Now you might ask, Dan, what is this all about? So first, we want to prove a statement just regarding an integer n. So we're going to have some statement. A statement in the mathematical logic sense is always going to be true or false. So we have to show that this statement S of n is true for all integers that we're interested in. So to do this, we play a bit of a game. And I like to think of this like I'm teaching a cat how to climb into a bunk bed up a flight of stairs, or a staircase, or a ladder. Just more simply, a ladder. So imagine you have a ladder here. And we have our lovely, lovely cat friend. We have Miss Kitty, for example. Here's Miss Kitty. Miss Kitty right here. She's right here, goes, meow. Like she does. Her tail looks like it's melting, but I assure you she is okay. She does sort of things like that. So I want to teach Miss Kitty how to climb up this ladder for the bunk bed to get to her bed up here. So I would like to be able to do that. So you might ask, Dan, how do I start with Miss Kitty? Now, Miss Kitty's a very curious cat. So what Miss Kitty would do is I would show Miss Kitty where the start of the ladder is. So that would be S of B. So to convince Miss Kitty to get on the ladder, I got to show her that S of B is in fact there. It's true. So I give Miss Kitty, I show Miss Kitty, hey, I got to take her paws and just put her onto that bottom of that ladder there. And I just say, hey, look, here's the first step, okay? So we're just getting Miss Kitty cozy with the whole idea. Now, what we have to do next is, because Miss Kitty is also not just curious, but rather cunning with her way of teaching herself of things, I need to show Miss Kitty how to go from any one rung of the ladder to the next rung of the ladder. But I can't tell her which rung we're on. It has to be that I show her one rung, so I put her back feet on one rung, and I show her how do we go from that rung to this one. So I would like to go from one rung to the next rung. So you might ask, Dan, how exactly do you do that? So I have S of K, and I have S of K plus 1. What I need to do is show Miss Kitty how to go from one rung to the next rung, but it has to be an arbitrary rung. So it means that given S of K, it has to be that S of K plus 1 follows. So you might ask, Dan, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means that if I suppose that S of K is true in the sense of a conditional statement, for those that aren't initiated with mathematical logic, think of it like an if statement, or say, I'm going to do this if I got this. So the if part is the most important part here. So suppose that this is true. S of K is true. It has to be logically that you could go from this, so you could derive it from this statement, that this one follows. So it has to be that I use S of K to help me prove S of K plus 1. It isn't that I just cold turkey come up with S of K plus 1. It has to be that I derive it from S of K plus 1, so that if this is true, that follows. So you're going to see this in our examples. So we can't just simply just invent S of K plus 1 by deriving it that way. We have to use S of K to formulate S of K plus 1's statement. So we use S of K to prove S of K plus 1. So you might ask, Dan, how does this work mechanically from a logic standpoint? So just like I said, Miss Kitty, we've taught her how to start at the beginning of this ladder and to get arbitrary 1. So just to put this in context, suppose that B was 1. Suppose B is 1, just for the sake of our discussion right now. What it's saying is that if I know S of 1 is true, and suppose I have that second condition, what the second condition would tell me is that this has to be true for every integer that is B or greater. So it has to be that S of 1, if S of 1, then S of 2. And what does that also mean? Well, for every integer, right, that's greater than K, right? So we got S of 2 implies S of 3. And S of 3 implies S of 4, and so on. So bringing this back to Miss Kitty and teaching her to climb the ladder, we've shown Miss Kitty how to put her paws right here, and because I taught Miss Kitty how to go from one rung to the next, bump straight, she can go right up the ladder, however tall that ladder might be, and get to her bed. Now, it usually in a lot of these statements is that the ladder is infinitely long, right? But in the context of algorithms, almost always are these statements going to end up being, if you're talking about like an algorithm, well, mathematical induction usually be some finite number that the way you apply the statement. So even though the statement will be true for general terms, so for example, in say an iterative algorithm, you have something called a loop invariant or an invariant. These are usually, you use mathematical induction to prove these kind of things. For some more basic algorithms, it would be that you would prove for arbitrary ones so that you could just say, okay, I have n rungs to my ladder and I could just hop into bed. Okay? So that's actually how this works. So this is actually the reason why you need number 2. The number 2 is helping you get from one rung to the next rung. Now, if you don't remember your logic or you never heard of this stuff before, when you give a conditional statement like this, if this is true, so if I know this is true and you prove to me that it follows that this is also true, that means that if I start off with S of B, it's what's going to happen is it gets me just like with Miss Kitty climbing up the ladder going rung by rung by rung rung. It's actually proving each successive statement, logically speaking. So if I have S of B, then I know how to prove S of B plus 1. If I have S of B plus 1, I know how to prove S of B plus 2, and so on. So that's what the power of step 2 here, the second criteria, is. So hopefully that is clear. So that's what the principle of mathematical induction is that if I can get these two conditions, then I could say that the statement S of n holds for all n greater or equal to b. And these two right here, they usually are formed into 2 parts. This is usually called the basic or base step in the proof. And this part right here is usually called the induction or inductive step. So you'll find very often in mathematical induction proofs, they're broken down as follows. So this will be the structure I use. I tell you what the statement is. I prove the base step. Then I prove the induction step. And then I invoke this theorem, which tells me if I have these 2 conditions, it says that this is true. Easy peasy, right? So let's get to our examples, okay? So I'm going to do 2 examples. So what we're going to do is we're going to prove a closed form expression that I'd shown you previously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to prove for any positive integer. So my statement's going to be on the positive integers. So this plus means just positive, and this is the set of all integers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to prove to you that the sum from I is equal to 1 to n of I is equal to 1 plus 2 plus all the way up to n. So this is the same thing. So this is not the statement. The claim is as follows, that it's n times n plus 1 divided by 2. So I've shown you at least one way in the past how to justify this. I'm going to show you how you do it with mathematical induction, or at least this is one proof. So let's write out the proof. Well, a proof for this. So first thing I'm always going to do is I'm going to tell you what I'm denoting the statement as. What am I performing induction on? That's the way people will talk to you about this. They'll say, what are we performing induction on? So we're going to perform induction on n, okay? So you're going to see my statement is in terms of n. So here we go. For any integer n greater or equal to 1, let S of n denote the statement. Statement as follows. So S of n is going to be as follows. It's going to be that the sum from I is equal to 1 to k. No, not k. We want n. We need n right here, because remember, this is involving n of k Nah, let's make it I. Let's make it I right here. Because we need it I right here. Let's make it I. I is equal to n times n plus 1 over 2. That's the statement we would like to prove for any n that's a positive integer, right? So let's have some fun with this. So I gotta first show Miss Kitty the first rung, so that brings me to the base step. So we're gonna start off with the smallest number for my claim, and it's n is equal to 1. So I'm just gonna say that. Base step, n is equal to 1. So let's just say what s of 1 is. Then s of 1 is the sum from I is equal to 1 of I, which the statement would be that it's saying, so I just plug in everywhere I had n, I'm going to put in 1, is 1 times 1 plus 1 divided by 2. Well, that's 1 times 2 over 2, so that's just 1, right? That's what s of 1 claims. But here's the thing. That's just 1, right? That's the left-hand side, so we're okay. So both sides of the equation, are equal. So s of 1 is true. So we proved s of b, where b in our proof is 1. So that's our base step. Hopefully that's clear, everybody. So far we're doing okay. Okay, now I'm going to get to the next part of the proof. So we have to complete the induction step or inductive step. So I like to remind the reader what I'm doing. So I'm going to prove that s of k is s of k plus 1. And I must stress one thing that's rather important for this is the way I framed the induction proof over there, the way the structure is that s of k is implying s of k plus 1. I must stress that it could be that it's s of k minus 1 implies s of k. It doesn't matter what, so I've just indexed it like this. So it could be like 1 less there than being the thing here. Sometimes it makes it easier to write out the proof. The point is you have to make sure you start off the value for k appropriately. So I'm going to pick what k should be here. So I'm going to say fix sum k greater or equal to 1, just like I had over there. So I'm going to fix it to be whatever the smallest value I've proven up to for the base step is. So keep in mind, you can have more base steps. That's okay. That's perfectly fine to have. You can have more base steps. If you want to prove it up to like n is equal to 5, you're welcome to do that. But oftentimes, just 1 or 2 base cases will be enough. It depends on how sophisticated your claim is. Sometimes you might need to work your way up a little bit further. So, for example, Miss Kitty really needs to learn how to climb up this ladder. So we fix k's greater or equal to 1. So I'm going to assume that s of k, so s of k, so everywhere where I had n, I'm going to put k of I is equal to k times k plus 1 over 2. So I'm going to assume this. But I'm going to assume that it holds. And this is what we're going to call the induction hypothesis or inductive hypothesis. I abbreviate with IH. So when I decide to use that, I'm going to pull it out. Because remember, the whole idea here is that I'm not trying to prove, like I'm trying to show that this implication follows. So if I'm given s of k, then it follows that s of k plus 1 has to also hold. So presuming that this is the case, then I'm going to show you that s of k plus 1 also has to hold. So remember, we're trying to teach Miss Kitty how to climb the ladder. So now I have this, and now I'm going to tell you what we're going to try proving also holds. So remember, we have have to complete this other part of the proof. So we could use the principle of mathematical induction. But yeah, remember, the whole mechanism here is that you start off with S of B, and once you have all these conditions laid out in place, as soon as you press down S of B, it's like knocking over a whole launch of dominoes. So it's just like my little finger is like, okay, I got S of B, boop, and all of them are going to fall over, okay? Just like Miss Kitty, I put her on those rungs, she just bolts right up the top, okay? So, to be proved is that, so we're going to try proving S of k plus 1 follows. So I'm just going to put that in. So I got I is equal to 1 to k plus 1. So wherever I had n before, k plus 1's going there. So k plus 1 times k plus 2 divided by 2. So remember, it's the thing plus the thing plus 1 over 2. Follow. So we're going to prove that this follows from S of k. So you might say, Dan, where exactly are we going to start? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to establish what exactly we're trying to prove here. So remember, the claim is that sum over there is equal to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick a side, and then we're going to try to invoke the induction hypothesis to give me the bits and pieces from S of k that I can use to prove this. So watch this. I almost like to analogize it with calling a function that does all the heavy lifting for me, and I just tack on the little bit that makes it work. So beginning with the left-hand side. So I'm going to start with the left-hand side of this. The left-hand side of S of k plus 1, we have the sum from I is equal to 1 to k plus 1 of I is equal to k plus 1 plus this. Let me explain carefully what I just did. Okay. So remember, that's the sum from I is equal to 1 to k plus 1. Do you recall that that means it's 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9 plus 10 plus 11 plus 12 plus k plus 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shave off the top of my sum, k plus 1. I'm going to set it aside. Remember, I'm not cheating or anything. K plus 1 is right there. But this is everything else. But what's this? That's over there, right? S of k is right there. So if S of k is true, I know the answer to this, right? That's what I mean. So watch. So k plus 1, this is equal to k plus 1 plus k times k plus 1 divided by 2. This is by the induction hypothesis. S of k, right? That's what it says. We've assumed it's true, right? Just for the sake that we can argue that S of k plus 1 follows. Now, remember, we're not done yet. We need to get the right-hand side here. So I'm going to do some massaging. I'm going to massage this with some algebra to make it look like the right-hand side of S of k plus 1. So here we go. So I'm going to make this have a common denominator. So the k plus 1 is going to be 2 times k plus 1 all over 2. So 2 times k plus 1 plus k times k plus 1 all divided by 2. And then I'm going to expand. Let's expand this. So I have 2k plus 2 plus k squared plus k all over 2. And then I'm just because I'm running out of space here, I'm going to kind of shuffle this down here now. Well, this is just k squared plus 3k plus 2 all over 2. Because remember, I have a k there, I have 2 k's there, right? Now I'm just going to factor this. Watch this. Well, I have k squared, I got 3 k's, and I have a 2. Well, I know to get this right here, I have to go 2 times 1 probably, right? So I'm going to factor it so it has this form. So I know to get 2, I can go 2 times 1. But I need 3k, so I need something to go here to make it so it's 2k. And then I need something here to make it 3k in total. So I have k, and I have a k right here. Well, what's that? It's right here, right? Just switch those two around, and there you go. Which this is the right-hand side. Thus, 1 arrives at the right-hand side of s of k plus 1. And s of k plus 1 is also true. This completes the induction step. Now, I just invoke the principal mathematical induction. So therefore, by the principle of mathematical induction, the statement S of n is true for all n greater or equal to 1. And we're done. I marked the end of the proof there. Piece of cake, right? And there you go. So we showed how you can climb the ladder, help Miss Kitty climb the ladder. So are there any questions? Please don't be shy to ask questions. I'm happy to answer any questions. So we've seen a pretty nice basic example of how we can prove with mathematical induction the arithmetic series, closed form. What I have planned next is to go through how you can prove the geometric series closed form. So that's what I'm planning to do next. If we don't have any questions or more examples anybody wants me to do, we'll move on to the next part of the stream after this last example. So please keep on trucking, okay? So let's keep doing this. So let me just erase the board here, and we're going to get into our next example. So I hope everybody's having a beautiful day so far. We're having ourselves a good time. We're learning how to teach Miss Kitty how to climb a ladder, okay? So we're going to do next, we're going to see how we can prove a nice classic closed form involving the geometric series. So remember, if you have questions, just please put them in the chat. I'm happy to interact with anything you put in there, okay? We're having ourselves a good time. Just please be decent. I like a little bit of edgy. That can be fun. But don't go too far, okay? I don't need to be getting banned. It's all I got. Okay. So let's move on to our next example. So let me just get that going. So before I get into this next example, just to give everybody a heads up, so if there aren't any questions after this one, or of course, if you have questions after this, please let me know. I'm happy to do more examples. The next thing I have planned for the stream is after I'm done this example, we're going to have a little intermission for about 5 minutes so I can get my equipment set up for the game part of the stream. So I'll be playing Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening after this, okay? So keep in mind that we're going to be having some more fun here. So we're not quite done over here. We got still some more stuff going on. So anyways, let's get in on this. So here's a theorem here. So we're going to use mathematical induction to prove the following theorem. That E is looking really sad. So we're going to prove that for any real number r, which is not equal to 1, and any integer n greater or equal to 0, it's that the sum from I is equal to 0 to n of r to the I, where r is often called the common ratio, is equal to r to the n plus 1 minus 1 all over r minus 1. Classic. So one thing, let me just get everything over here. Sorry, I got very excited here. So anyways, I'm going to restate the theorem and let's get into this. I knew you guys were hanging out over there. It was called a surprise. Oh, okay. So here we go. So here's the next theorem we're going to prove. We're going to use mathematical induction to prove this nice classic result. For any real number r, which is often called the common ratio for the geometric series, when its r is not equal to 1 and any integer n greater or equal to 0, is that the sum from I is equal to 0 to n of r to the power of I is equal to r to the power of n plus 1 minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So we're going to use mathematical induction to prove this. So I'm going to suppose any real number r not equal to 1 for the sake of our proof. And for any integer n greater or equal to 0, let the statement G of n, I'm going to call it G. It doesn't matter if it's called S or G. These are just names. G of n denote. So G of n is going to be the sum from I is equal to 0 to n of r to the I, which is equal to r to the n plus 1 minus 1 all over r minus 1. So one thing I feel like I need to acknowledge is that I'm presuming that 0 to the power of 0 is 1, and 0 to the power of anything else is 0, okay? So that's just a remark I need to make. It's more of a tradition thing for this proof to be stated like this, but it doesn't have to be. So anyways, now that we got that, and by the way, if you're wanting to check that, notice that it'd be 0 to 0. Sorry, it'd be 0 to n of 0 to the power of I. 0 to the power of 0 would be 1. And then you would have it being, everything else after that is going to end up being 0, right? So it would end up with 0 to the power of n plus 1. So you would end up with whatever that is, minus 1. And then you would have, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's get into this. So, what's the first thing we do? Base step. Base step. Get the base step. We're going to start with n is 0. So I'm going to perform induction on n, hence the statement. So we're going to perform induction on n. We're going to start with 0. This one's going to be a little bit muddier than our last example. To show s of 0, we consider we consider each side of the equation of S of 0, and show they are equal. That consider is looking a little funky there. And consider and show they are equal. Right? That's what we need to do to prove S of 0. That's at least one way we can do about it. So what's S of 0 say? So remember, S of 0 is that the sum from I is equal to 0 of r to the I is equal to r to the power of 0 plus 1 minus 1 all over r minus 1. Which simplified, because what's the right-hand side there? We have r to the 1 minus 1 divided by r minus 1. What was that? That's just 1, right? That's just r minus 1 over r minus 1 for the right-hand side. And the left-hand side, that just simply means r to the 0 equals 1. Or the left-hand side. Remember, this is just equal to 1 because they're the exact same thing on top and the bottom. I'll say simplifies 2. Just to rephrase that. Simplify. So I have the statement which simplifies 2r minus 1 over r minus 1 for the right-hand side. So remember, that's equal to 1, and r to the power of 0 is equal to 1 for the left-hand side. Both the left-hand side and right-hand side of S of 0 are equal. So S of 0 is true. Right? That completes the base step. Welcome on, welcome. We just did the base step for our induction proof for the closed form for the geometric series. Now we're getting into the juicy part. Getting into the juicy part here. We're getting into the induction or inductive step. So, just to reiterate. So, in this part, I'm going to set it up for us. So remember, like I said earlier, I'm getting really excited here. I'm going to be getting us in a position where we can teach Miss Kitty the cat how to climb up the bunk bed ladder. So I need to show how to climb an arbitrary rung in that ladder. So we're going to show that if not S, we need G. That's the name of our statement in our claim. Remember, always got to be consistent with how we define things. So we're going to show that G of K implies G of K plus 1. So if G of K, then G of K plus 1. So remember, my goal is if I presume this, I'm going to show how it logically follows that this has to be also true. And the whole idea is that since I've set up the base step and I prove that one, then I have effectively for every one of my integers after that, an effective mechanism to push them over like a stack of dominoes, okay? So just like teaching Miss Kitty how to climb the ladder, I show Miss Kitty the first rung and then she bolts up the ladder. So I'm going to fix sum. Sorry, that E is looking a little sad. Let me write that a little better. Fix sum. We're going to fix sum K greater or equal to 0. Now remember, you might ask, Dan, where's the 0 come from? It's because the base step we proved that... Oh, man, I did it over here. It's not S of 0, it's G of 0 over here. I was looking over here at myself. I'm like, I thought I called it S earlier, and then I called it G. There we go. Fixed it up. My apologies. So we have it 0 here because that's the highest value we've proven the statement for. So we proved g of 0. So we're going to start off at g of 0 for k. So k can be any value that's larger or equal to that. So that if this is g of 0, I have to show that g of 1 holds. So that if I take off, say, g of 5, it'll be able to show g of 6. It doesn't matter. The point is that I need to show that if I presume this, then it has to follow that this is the case. So you're going to watch me unravel g of k to get g of k plus 1, but I have to get it from one part of g of k plus 1. So watch very carefully how I'm going to do this. So suppose that, so I'm going to presume the induction hypothesis. So suppose that, now I don't want s, we want g. So I'm always going to make sure I'm consistent about this. So g of k is going to be the sum from I is equal to 0 to k of r to the power of I, which is going to be r to the power of k plus 1, minus 1 over r minus 1. So everywhere where I had n, I'm putting k. Suppose that this holds. So this is the induction or inductive hypothesis. So I'm going to use that. And the way I like to intuitively think of it, like I said previously, I always like to think of it like it's like even like a recursive call. So I'm going to use this induction hypothesis as soon as I identify it in the underlying structure of g of k plus 1. So watch this carefully. So to be proved is that, so I'm going to prove g of k plus 1. So here we go. So I is going to be assigned 0 up to k plus 1 of r to the I. So notice everywhere I had n before is now k plus 1. This is going to have to be equal to r to the power of k plus 2 minus 1 all over r minus 1. So notice it's just one higher because the statement is one higher, right? So now let's get into the juicy bits of this. Similar to the example I just did previously, I'm going to start on one side of this equation for g of k plus 1. So if I could start, say, on the left-hand side, then what I could do is I'm trying to derive the right-hand side. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to try to flesh it into a form that looks like g of k so that I can say, hey, look, I have this form, so I'm going to say it's this. And then I'm going to simplify, and that's how I'm going to prove g of k plus 1. So hopefully everyone understands the game plan. That's the game plan. So I want to mention that this follows. It's important that you see that we're not like cold turkey deriving this. It's that we're trying to show that given g of k, that g of k plus 1 follows. It's all the fun of logic, okay? So here we go. So beginning with the left-hand side, beginning on the left-hand side of g of k plus 1, we have as follows. So I'm going to write it over here. Let's head over here, guys. So here we go. Here we go, guys. Let's do this. So here I'm going to write out the left-hand side of g of k plus 1. So sum from I is equal to 0 to k plus 1 of r to the power of I. Now, I'm going to use the same kind of shaving technique I did. And I'm not talking about my face, you know. I'm going to take a little bit off of that sum there. Because remember, it means r to the power of 0 plus r to the power of 1 plus r to the power of 2 plus all the way up to r to the power of k plus r to the power of k plus 1. So I'm going to shave off the last term in the sum. So watch this. I'm going to use the same technique. So I'm going to shave off one term, the last one. So that's the final term that would be in that sum. Now, here's the thing. We know what that is if you assume that g of k is true. Right? I'm just going to call it right here. So that would be r to the power of k plus 1 minus 1 all over r minus 1. Then I have this extra term. Remember, I don't want to lose track of that. That's really important. So I've got this so far. I'm now going to do some algebra, okay? But remember, I need to make sure I'm clear about what I'm doing here. So I'm going to say by the induction hypothesis. So this would be S of k. Sorry, not S of k. I like writing S. I have a very strong compulsion to put S there because it sounds like statement. But for our sake of our example here, I felt like just calling it G because it sounded like fun. So here we go. So I'm going to make a common denominator so that it's a little easier to see. So I'm going to make this be r minus 1 times r to the power of k plus 1 divided by r minus 1. So let me put it all together here. R to the power of k plus 1 minus 1 plus r minus 1 times r to the power of k plus 1. So I'm making a common denominator. Now, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to write this next step over here. Now, I'm going to take this and I'm going to expand it. I'm going to expand this right here. R to the power k plus 1 minus 1 plus r times, now this would be r times this, so the exponent goes up by 1. R to the power of k plus 2 minus 1, which would just be minus r to the power of k plus 1 all over r minus 1. And now I'm going to take this, I'm going to write this in a somewhat funky way at first. Notice that I have 2 r to the power of k plus 1, so I'm going to kind of bring those together. But notice that there's something nice that's going on here. Does everybody see it? There's something nice going on here. That is positive, that's negative, and they're the exact same quantity. So I could just straight up cancel each other. They cancel each other, right? So this goes, they annihilate each other. So they go away. So I have r to the power of k plus 2 minus 1 all over r minus 1. But this is the right-hand side of g of k plus 1, right? That's exactly what it is. Thus, one arrives at the right-hand side of g of k plus 1, and g of k plus 1 also is true. This completes the induction step. And now what we do is we use the principle of mathematical induction to complete the proof. Now I've shown you how you can prove any arbitrary rung of the statement. So you start off with the base step, you can go from any one rung from that one to this one. So you just incrementally get there, one after the other. Therefore, by the principle of mathematical induction, the statement g of n is true for all n greater or equal to 0, and that completes the proof. So I wanted to show you an example that's a little bit more involved, but it fundamentally uses the same concept of where we shave off a little bit, then we invoke the induction hypothesis. So if at first you're wondering, Dan, when do I do this? Well, I always like to kind of come back to, say, thinking about this in terms of functions. So when you give me something that looks a little bit more sophisticated like that, and I rewrite it like this, and I know how to solve this. Now, in the land of programming, we know of a thing called recursion, right? So if I knew how to solve this recursively, I would just call it, right? So, you know, when I was calling these things like g of k plus 1 and all that stuff, right? You should say it's not a coincidence. It's that I'm using the fact I know how to solve g of k plus 1. That's the analogy I'm going to draw on for you. So notice this is me using g of k. This is actually one of the many ways that recursion and induction are closely and intimately tied to each other. There's two sides of the same coin, at least from the standpoints of proving theorems like this using this idea of the principle of mathematical induction. So you can think of induction like you're building up. Recursion, you can think of it as you're dissecting or breaking it down. At least this is a couple of ways you could think about. There's in many contexts, they're just the same idea. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff, right? So I showed you a couple of examples of proving induction claims. So we started all the way from in sequences. And we did sequences. We learned a bit about series. We did summations. We learned how to simplify summations. We've seen a couple of closed forms and how we derive those. We also seen some induction claims. So I want to show you a couple of examples of those. So are there any questions before we proceed for our short intermission before we get to kind of the gaming part of the stream? So I'll be playing Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX on the Game Boy Color. So I'll be playing that when we come back from the intermission, but are there any questions? I'm happy to answer any questions. So whether it be about any of these concepts or anything like that, I'm happy to chat about it. Seeing as I'm over here, once I start playing the games, I'm not coming back to the board. Because I have to move a few things around. But I'm not going to say too much more than that. But yeah, no, if there aren't any questions, what we're going to do is we're going to take about I'm hoping it'll only be about 5 minutes. So to the next hour, we're going to get started again. I'm going to put it into the intermission, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, everybody? So I will be back. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
I'll be back shortly. Get a snack, and we'll play some Zelda. Can't wait. Seven 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 seven. Sorry, there was a B. 777777777777777777777. www. Sorry, I'll stop now. BRR. It's just too fun. Kappa. My favorite is my sprinkler goes like this and comes back like Sodenpog. Sad face. Just about time, just getting last couple things here ready. Keep up the fun. Don't you just hate it when your cat wakes you up like this? Meow. 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 My ROFL copter goes swa 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 swa. Have you heard the joke about the blind Cyclops brothers? Neither have I.
Okay, I think we're back. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. So let me know if you can hear me just fine and my lips are okay and all that stuff. Never know with that weird stuff. Now welcome on back. Also let me know how the game volume is too. Awesome. So for those that aren't initiated, we're going to be playing The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening DX. Now I'm going to be starting a playthrough tonight. I'll be probably playing through at least a couple dungeons, at least that's my hope. Link's Awakening is one of my favorite Zelda games on the Game Boy. But here's sort of the fun thing. I've never actually ever played the DX version, with the exception, obviously, like, there's the remake on the Nintendo Switch that's based on this version. But that's about as close to my experience other than playing the original one on the original Game Boy. That one's the one I always go to play this game, and I've played it many times. However, it's one of those things where you have a good time, you know? So that's kind of where I'm going at this with. So we're gonna have ourselves a good time. We're gonna have ourselves what I would call a blast. So let's crack into this. So let's get in here. So I guess I gotta name myself here. I'll be Dan. So here we go. So how many people in the chat have played this game before, or I'm sure there's plenty that know about it, but most certainly this is definitely one of the ones. If I could recommend a good Zelda game, this is one of them. Although honestly, most Zelda games are really good.
I don't think I've played this one.
For now, I'll save people the mercy of my voice when it comes to this. I have fun voicing all of these lines. But no, I remember when this game was rather new. And it was, whoa, boy, where are you off to in such a hurry? Okay, fine, I'll talk to you. Well, Dan, you finally snapped out of it. Name's Taryn. Hope you're feeling better. What? How would I know your name? You think it's weird, eh? Well, I saw it on the back of this shield. There, we got the shield.
How did you obtain this game?
How did I...
Dirty cat.
Well, I have Link's Awakening, like, on, like, straight up on the... Like, I should have brought out my brick. My block. But for those that want to know, like, I am playing this through a Pi for the sake of, I am playing this on a Pi for the sake of the resolution for the game. That way you guys could watch it a little bit easier, because otherwise I would crack out the Super Game Boy. See, look, I got my shield. But yeah, in this one you can map 2 buttons.
Just messing.
That's all good. Yeah, no. No, because otherwise I would play this on my with the Super Game Boy. But it's just, honestly, when you can get the nice crisp pixels, man, it's very hard going back, you know? Like, obviously I would get my Super Game Boy out for a blink. Well, this looks pretty heavy. You won't be able to lift it with just your bare hands. But no, one of the cool parts about this game, because this game, the one thing I love about the original games is it just has this very specific tone to it, but at the same time, it felt so big because of how it was on the Game Boy. But yeah, right now, as we explore the island, we'll get to see more parts of it. But yeah, this and the Oracle games I could strongly recommend. They're both like Oracle Seasons, Oracle Ages. I'm more of an Oracle Ages kind of guy, but that's a whole other matter. We're gonna be heading off to the beach. Go see if we could go find our sword. And I shouldn't do that. Them Octoroks, man. But no. One thing I could definitely say is this game, when it came out, it was just so darn cool. When you get to play like a full, because the whole gimmick with this game is that it's like a full-size Zelda game on a Game Boy cartridge. It's just wild. Hoot hoot! So you are the lad who owns the sword. Now I understand why the monsters are starting to act so violently. A courageous lad has come to the Windfish. It is said that you cannot leave the island unless you wake the Windfish. You should now go north to the mysterious forest. I will wait for you there. Hoot! How annoying was that voice on the scale of 1 to 10? I'll give it another shot. There, we got the sword. Now this is where it gets awesome, man. Oh yeah. Okay, that's... The whimsicalness is coming in. Annihilated. I just love a catch this enemy right behind you just absolutely gets obliterated. Oh man. But now we set out on our adventure. We gotta wake up the Windfish. Now I'm more of a... I'm gonna switch around the weapons. I prefer putting the sword on my B. That's a little monkey. Run! Ah! But yeah, this whole game has a trading sequence you can go through to unlock everything. Each having their own benefits. Most certainly when it comes to some parts of the trading sequence, they'll be rather helpful. But the big gimmick with the DX version, for those who have not played this one, is that you can totally play it with, like, well, one, it's in color. Like, you can see that it's clearly, like, a much more fleshed out palette. But the other thing, it has a color dungeon, which in some essence makes the game easier because you unlock better tunics. But that's more endgame kind of stuff. Reminds me, one quick thing before I get ahead of myself. I was going to switch up the category on Twitch. That way people know what we're playing. Let me just quickly do that before I get too ahead of myself. So people are like, what, Dad? I thought this was education. It's me coming with the education, yo. Let me get that going. Give me one moment. Otherwise I knew there was something I had to do while I was getting everything all set up. Let me get that. One. And let me just get that done too. Because I don't want to leave anybody out, you know? We always have ourselves a good time here. Gotta just edit the game. There we go. There we go. I knew I was just about to forget something. That reminds me, how's everybody doing tonight? There we go. So far we got the sword.
Doing good. Playing Valorant.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. I haven't played Valorant, but I hear good things. I guess one thing I should also mention that's sort of a fun thing about this game if you've never played it is it's got tons of little, like, Nintendo cameos.
I understand Legend of Zelda more than the math.
It's all part of the fun. And yes, if you've never really heard of this game much, this is the one that you can go to the shopkeeper and steal some loot, and the shopkeeper will kill you. That is a thing, and then people call you a thief. That is a thing in this game. I guess I should figure out where we're going. Well, it looks like the house is empty. Well, let's go this way. Well, let's see what the sign says. Mysterious forest. It's a little bit mysterious, you see. Oh, look, it's our friend the owl. I'll go with a different voice now. Oh, brave lad. On your quest to wake the dreamer. I'm tired just losing it here. Welcome to the mysterious wood. Much of the mystery we'll find on this uncharted island. I'm afraid you will find it a trifle difficult to leave this island while the windfish naps. By the by, have you ever visited the Tail Cave, which is south of the village? Go there with the key you find in this forest. The windfish is watching. Hoot! That's totally the voice the owl would have. I totally being serious. I'm just having too much fun here. Totally not fitting the character, man. I'm just totally making the owl just... I'm just going places here, okay? Oh, we got an acorn. A guardian acorn. Reduces the damage you take by half. This is what I basically call the steroids mode, where you just kind of just go around annihilating things if you have all your hearts. Oh, look. It's a raccoon. My nose is very sensitive to that stuff like dust and powder. Boy, I wonder what that's about. Hey, you're going to get lost thanks to me. So I'm guessing we can't go up, so we're gonna have to go down. So the question is, where do we go? Let's see where this guy goes. Oh, it's a cave. Oh! Down in the hole! Well, here we go. I got us some money. I got 50 rupees. I wonder how many Canadian dollars a 50 rupees is. Well, that looks pretty heavy. You won't be able to lift it with just your bare hands. Oh, look, I got us a toadstool. A mellow aroma flows into your nostrils. Is that a fun way of saying that it smells funky? Let's go this way. Whoop, I totally botched it. No, what am I doing? I didn't botch it. Let's go this way. Okay, that time I did botch. I'm horrible. You can tell I've had a long day, right? Here we go. So now we got a toadstool. I wonder what we can do with that. I wonder if we can get some magical powder to help us with this. I got another acorn. Look at this. I'm gonna totally boss this sucker.
Magic powder.
Yeah, the magic powder. We're gonna get that magic powder, yo. Now, I wonder where this takes us. Okay, that goes this way. So whereabouts are we? We're in the mysterious forest, and it won't let us proceed past that very sketchy raccoon there. So I have a feeling we're gonna have to take that raccoon down a peg. There's something awfully suspicious about that raccoon.
My dad says he's using magic powder before he goes on a cocaine bender. Sad face.
Yeah, I feel terrible now. I'm a monster. I kid, of course, I kid. No, oh, I think we're heading the right direction. We're finding our way through the forest, okay, guys? I bet everybody goes randomly through a forest, right? It's not just me. Oh, look what we found. Found like a witch's hut. Never toil in trouble. A toadstool mix makes powder for tricks. Okay, I will give you this. Take this. Ah, it has a sleepy toadstool. It does. We'll mix it up with something chippy, we will. It's all ready, it is. Take care, it's not much there. Why not try a bit in my hut? And we got some magic powder. Probably sprinkling on a variety of things. Hey, get back here. Fine. I won't do that. Only monsters put magic powder on little cute mice. Oh no, I made it have a funny face. A very lovable face. That's the better way of putting it. Let's go. So now I got some magic powder. I wonder if that will be helpful against Raccoon. Let's go find that raccoon and take that down, that raccoon down a peg. Take this. I'll hear this noise in my dreams. Oh, look who it is. The last thing I remember was biting into a big juicy toadstool. Then I had the darndest dream I was a raccoon. That sounds strange, but I'm sure it was fun. That's quite something.
Is that Mario?
It looks kind of like him, right? Looks kind of like him. It's not. I don't think it is, but it looks a lot like him. We will run into some more interesting cameos in this game. Like, I'm not kidding. We'll run into everything from Goombas to Kirby, man. Who take this key and go to the tail cave, retrieve the instrument that is hidden there. Go there now. I'm totally not reading it properly anymore. Basically, we got a key for a place called the Tail Cave. So the big thing in this game is that to get into the dungeons, you have to find keys. Oh no! Man, if this was Ocarina of Time, I would have been so screwed. I would have to get another shield. This guy with the telephone place. Bring, hello, it's me! Oh, Vyra? Ask me about anything on the island if you get lost. Give me a call. Bye! Click! Okay, this will be where we're gonna go later on, so I'm just gonna head back this way now. But yeah, look how much we've explored so far. It's pretty cool, right? But it does, like, the fact that you're on such a tiny screen, it does actually give this nice sense of immersion that it feels a lot bigger than it actually is. That's the one thing that I feel like if anybody's ever played like the Switch, the reimagining that's on the Switch of this game, like the remake, it definitely has it loses that feel of everything feeling much bigger than it is because everything has a toy-like aesthetic in the game. The one thing I can say is a major plus in that remake, though, is that the button mapping, like, you know how I had to go back and forth between B and A and stuff? You don't have to remap the shield and the sword. You just have your button. You can remap the, you can remap all the other buttons, which is pretty nice. That is something that I can say. If, say, doing this, like, where we're remapping the buttons gets annoying for someone, that is something that is a big plus with that game. That I could definitely say. But me, listen, I am a total nut for little nostalgia and little, like, things that the Game Boy has all its quirks with, like, ranging from palette limitations to all those other kind of things. That kind of stuff. Oh, yeah, this is what you want. The piece of power. Now you can feel the energy flowing through you. This is the thing you get total steroids with. It's just, like, the acorn is nice, but this one just shoots people all over the place. But here we go. We're entering into the dungeon. Here we are. Level 1, Tail Cave. Now, there's a rule on the stream that I have to make sure I save frequently. Otherwise, I worry that one day I'm going to totally botch something. So I'm going to make sure I save before I get too ahead of myself. So I'm going to save that. I can't remember if I go... I can't remember if it's X, B, and A. Either way, the point is I made sure I got ourselves some save because let's just say some streams ago I was playing Orc. Oh, no, I went too far and I left the key. Here we go. I got a key. I got the compass. There, now we can see where the nightmare and the treasures are hidden. But yeah, each dungeon will have a nightmare in it. Oh man, I got the acorn again. You're gonna get used to hearing this song sometimes. At least it's pretty catchy. But yeah, the bosses in this game are called nightmares. Everything's very dreamlike. Here we go. I got myself another key. See, whereabouts are we? Oh yeah, I have to get the map. See, right now you can see where all the treasure chests are on that map down there. Over there. Over there. And yes, there is a thing that you put yourself in it and it turns around and then it plops you out on the other side. That's what that does over there up there. Like this. Zoop! I feel like I'm doing some sort of Batman thing. I got another key. Dang, I'm just scoring here. Well, it looks like we're gonna need something else to help us in here. Gotta get rid of these little worms, yo. So here we go. Let's get some stuff here. Okay, there's a spot I can get a key there. I will mention that if we had bombs, we can burst that left wall. You see there's cracks on it. Well, let's go this way. Oh. Well, let's see where this takes us. Ah! Ah! It's on me! Ah! Run! Haha, suckers. Oh yeah, I need my shield out. Yeah, these guys are also in A Link to the Past. Yeah, there's some elements in this game you'll definitely feel like you're like Link to the Past in the Super Nintendo. So here's some Goombas. And then the Goomba showed up. And yes, you can jump on them. Oh, that heart's up in the air. I wonder what you can do with that. Let's see. You got the rock's feather. It feels like your body is a lot lighter. So now we can jump. Sweet. There, that saves us from the beeping. And away we go. I'm totally botching these jumps. Okay, let's go. Let's go that way. Is this handy? So now I can just hop over things. Oh yeah, I was telling you the story about why we save on the stream so often sometimes. Well, it's because in Oracle of Ages, yeah, it was an Oracle of Ages, I was at Jabu Jabu's Belly, and not to be confused with Ocarina of Time's Jabu Jabu Belly dungeon. Oh, I got the Nightmare's key. In that game, there is a dungeon where you have to go level by level, akin to something like the Water Temple in Ocarina of Time. So, the thing is you have to change the water level. So it's like a super, like, elaborate version of that. But imagine the Water Temple, but in 2D. But it's Jabu Jabu's Valley. So you have all sorts of fun things about, like, innards and... Yeah, it's... Oh, let's see if we can do this. Haha! I got a stone beak. Let's find an owl statue that belongs to it. Turn aside the spinned ones with a shield. We already figured that one out. Uh-oh. It's mini-boss time. But, yeah, no. In Jabu Jabu's Belly, we finished the dungeon, and the game froze. Like, just straight up froze. And I'm not even kidding, I think like an hour in there. Like, at least an hour. And I didn't save any of the progress. So let's just say I had to go through the entire dungeon all over again, and including the stuff leading up to the dungeon. Which, it was okay. I was kind of like a speed run, but since I knew what I was doing with this dungeon, we already got the Nightmare's key. So we're going to be heading into our first boss. And now, if you played Link to the Past, the Tower Dungeon for the last pendant has the same boss as this, except this one is, maybe not as annoying, but most certainly is there. But let's get into this. Let's do it. Boys, outsider. You gotta annihilate that tail. Oh, welcome on down. Oh, here we go. Oh no! I fell in the hole. We didn't die though. We fell into the dungeon. See, look how lovely this place is. We got all the hanging skeletons. It's a family game. But yeah, just like the boss fight in A Link to the Past, yeah. If you fall down, you have to restart the whole thing. And I'm so in a difficult situation here because I only have one heart. And I took my first defeat. Maybe continue. Let's do this. That was all on me, guys. That was all me. Here we go. No! was terrible. Guys, how do you rate that on a 10 scale? 1 as, Dan, you really screwed that one up, to 10, like, too bad. This guy isn't tough, it's just that I like using the spin attack. At least it's better than just straight up dying, though. Let's get in there. There we go. Oh, I missed. Gotta get him again. Stop moving around so much! No! No! I held that up! I only have 1 heart, so I'm just like, I don't want to get too close to him, you know? But I just need to get that 1 more hit in there, and then he was toast. See, I'm just totally botching this. Give me the love, chat! With the power of love, we can defeat. And he's down. Haha.
Love sign.
I got the love. Thank you, everybody. And we did it. And we got our first instrument. You've got the full moon cello. See, this next moment is something that I really wish the remake was able to capture, kind of the way that the animations and all that stuff work in this game, because there's a very like similar tone and touch that this game has, the way it does things, that like I think the Game Boy does a really great job of capturing. Just the subtle little things, you know, like swamp, a path opens in the blooms. Now, what voice should I give this owl? I'm gonna go with something else. Hood, this is an instrument of the sirens. I have to admit, at first I did not believe you were real. That instrument, along with the 7 others in the set, has the power to wake the windfish. You must collect them all. I was instructed to give you directions. Your next goal is in north, in Kaponga Swamp, Hoot. Indeed. Indeed. Uh-oh. Hey, buddy. Serious, yeah. Real serious. Yeah, it is. The Moblins came to the village, yeah? And that's right. A whole gang of Moblins. Then, it's for real. They all went to the house, yeah. That house. And they did something to Bow Wow's house. That's a chain chomp. It was really bad scene with Moblins. I mean, it might be faster to find out for yourself what happened. One thing I will say is the remake absolutely botches that song and it sounds absolutely horrible. And that little Bow Wow wants some dresses, okay? Truly living in current year, okay? The little Bow Wow is very cute, you know. I'm just joking. I'm just joking around now. Okay, so next we're gonna have to go to the swamp. Now the question is, where did the... Okay, maybe let's go this way. Actually, let's go down this hole, because I haven't gone down here yet. Oh, look, a piece of heart. We collect 4 of those, and we get ourselves another heart on our collection of sweet hearts. Hey, I already talked to you. I already talked to you. Leave me alone. Ah! Guys, you need to stop talking to me and I'll go check it out, okay? It's terrible! My Bow Wow was dognapped by moblins! Ah! Please somebody help my poor Bow Wow! Now the question is, where did our Bow Wow friend go? That is a deep question that we will have to address. Hey, look, it's the shop. Look, there's a Yoshi doll. Okay, let's try this out. Let's see if I got this. I haven't done this in a while. Yay! I think we did it. Give me the doll. You got a Yoshi doll. Recently, it seems to be showing up in many games. This was truly the time to be alive. I found a secret seashell. If you collect a lot of seashells, something good is bound to happen. Yeah, there's hidden seashells throughout the island to check on out. 200 rupees for that shield, man. Sorry, not shield, this shovel. At some point, they'll be very handy for us to get. So let's go over to the swamp. Or at least let's go head that direction. I'm pretty sure it will take us in the direction we might need to go. So guys, what do you think of Link's Awakening so far? I know this game, I can always come back to this game many, many times. It's one of these games it's also not super long. But it most certainly is enough that if you're looking for kind of a feel for a 2D Zelda game, it's good. It's good stuff. It's also got some of the, honestly, like, some of the things in this game are good. But yeah, now you can hop over here. But we're gonna go this way. Let's go check out over here. Well, I pretty much stick to myself and my letters. My name is Wright. The only thing I don't like about my hobby is that I never receive a response. I see, that sounds like a pretty good voice for him. And yes, if you think that that's somebody that you think it might be in another game, it might be. Sweet, I got some rupees. Joy! Let's go see what's over here. Oh, I can't grab that because it's too heavy. It's too heavy, guys. It's frankly too heavy for me. Oh, that's heading up to the mountains. Telltale Heights. Guys, leave me alone. I'm just having a good time. See, we can't go past those plants, really. The question is what we can exactly do at this stage. So, we can't go in there yet. That's where the next dungeon is. I know that looks pretty heavy. Won't be able to lift it with just your bare hands. I know. I know. Yeah, we might need to go looking around elsewhere. What I was gonna suggest is maybe considering going back that way. You know when we were in the forest when we went to go to the mushroom hut. I think I may have seen some places we can try jumping. But yeah, that's where the next dungeon is. but we need some way of getting past those plants. See, you can't do much with them. If you just attack them, they just go dur dur dur. See that? I just took a pretty good hit there. So why don't we head back the way that we took, so you know where we got the magic powder? That mysterious powder? Let's head that way. Oh sweet, we got a piece of heart. So far we're halfway to a full heart. But yeah, you can go, let's go this way. That'll take us up that way. You can go... Yeah, we can't go much further that way. Can we do anything down here? Let's see. Oh look, we can go this way. Ah! Zombies! We can't go much further that way. There's a cemetery with the spooky, spooky ghosts and zombies. I don't know if they're technically redeads in this game. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. I know there's Gibdos, but that's not... they might be redeads in this game. I'm not quite sure. They probably are. Run! You're close to Telltale Heights. The camera shop is nearby. See, the camera shop is a thing in this game that isn't in the original Game Boy game. I just love to take pictures. Will you let me take your picture? Sure. Go to the back of the room and stand in front of the screen. I'll call this, "Here stands a brave man, say cheese." What's your name, young man? Dan? Well, here's your album, Dan. Give it a look before you leave. Let's see if I can fill that album. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look at our album. Let's take a look. Oh, isn't that cute? Look at that. Now, for those that aren't acquainted, the camera mode in this game is actually it's tied to the Game Boy camera and the Game Boy printer. Specifically the Game Boy printer, if you want to print out this picture. If you had a Game Boy printer,
need a Game Boy printer. You
can use the what's it called? The paper that, like, it's using heat. I can't remember. I'm having such a brain fart. These printers were rather popular for a time, but yeah, use a Game Boy printer for this. You just print that off.
Thermal paper.
Thermal paper. That's it. Thank you. Thermal paper. Yeah. So you'd use. So it has a roll of thermal paper. You put print, and it prints right on there. But the cool part about this is that you don't need ink. So it's all about the paper. But yeah, you can get more pictures like that in this game. But yeah, that's the gimmick with this camera hut thing. It's only in this version. If you try going looking for this in the regular Game Boy game, it will not be there. In the remake on the Nintendo Switch, there's like a make a dungeon kind of feature that's there instead. Oh, here we go. Here, we found something interesting here. See, this takes us back over here. Wait, this is where we need to be.
Hey, who's this suspicious looking runt? Okay, boys, let's get rid of him.
Ah, this isn't going well. Time to annihilate me some moblins. Down you guys go.
You must be an assassin sent by Madame Meow Meow to rescue the mutt. You came here to get me, but it is I who will get you.
You gotta wait your turn with this guy. Oh, he faked out on that one. Just gotta be patient and we'll easily be able to beat him. But no, seriously, if you ever find yourself just like going on YouTube or anything like that, like if you look up the soundtrack for the remake of this game, try finding like this song on it. It's honestly, I don't know what they did to this song. It's using horns and it just doesn't sound, it just seems so, I don't know. It lacks the feel of originally was like, it doesn't, it's not, it's way more annoying than this song is. Okay, not this one. This one just sounds like I'm just gonna about to annihilate a whole bunch of things. You saved Bow Wow. What a fearsome beast. Got the chain chomp. Let's go. We're about to go annihilate some stuff. Let's go, guys. Now watch me just totally use the Bow Wow to help us here. Just ate him. Eat him. Damn. I can't remember if I can go around this way to get up. I don't think I can.
Hoot! This is a fearsome-looking animal you have there. Do not forget, the next instrument is in the Goponga Swamp!
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but I'm going with that for this run. Just ate that crow, man. Let's just go back around and we'll go through the swamp. We're gonna take our Bow Wow friend with us. Okay, I guess we go... Oh, no. I guess we have to go around this way. Let's go this way. And away we go. Sorry, I just love the overworld theme in this game. It's amazing. I'm just picking fights with everybody here today. So as you might guess, I'm gonna be taking our Bow Wow friend over to the swamp. Or oh, that like. Dang. Just eating these things up. Hungry, hungry hippo style here. Now clear the way. Level 2, Bottle Grotto. Now we're in the second dungeon. Now I wonder where this is gonna take us. Now we gotta use our magic powder to light stuff. It's multi-purpose, okay? It's a real gem like that. I take these Stalfos down a peg. And now let's proceed. Do we go this way? And we got these orb things I can hit. Ha! Sweet, I got myself a heart there. And I got another key. I'm just banking these keys. I got another key. I'm just scoring with all these keys, right? Now, the question is if maybe I'm thinking maybe I should head back to where I was before, just to make sure I don't miss anything. Because I have a tendency in this dungeon to just grab as much stuff as I can and then having to backtrack. Let's try going this way. This guy just likes doing what I do, just in reverse, you see. See, now we just walk him back like this, like that. Here we got the compass. Now we can see where the chest and nightmare are hidden. This compass has a new feature. A tone will tell you if a key is hidden in a room when you enter. Pretty nice feature, right? Like I said, multi-purpose.
Were you not a Twitch affiliate before?
So right now I've been trying to get affiliate actually. I have I think right now I'm at the follower count that makes it work. But the thing is, I need to make sure I get the average. I have to make the other metrics, you know? So right now I've been trying to get the average count. And also like watch time is not a worry. It's more of the average number of viewers. The last few streams I haven't been able to meet that count. But today we're doing pretty darn awesome. We're having ourselves a blast here. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know, like in Pokemon, you know.
How many hours is it over again?
We're on the road to Viridian City.
I got mine, but forget.
So the hour count, I think it's like 7. I can't remember. It's like 7 hours, and I can't remember the count for that.
200?
I can't remember actually. Honestly, that part I don't have issues with. It's the issue is the 75. Average view count. 75, yeah. See, that part isn't an issue with me because I stream every week. But the thing is, the issue is the average view count. If you don't have enough viewers, like I used to have not as many issues with that, but the last like month or so, okay, not so much right now. Obviously, we're doing pretty darn awesome right now. We're having ourselves a blast here. But the last few streams, I haven't really been having too many viewers, so right now I've been trying to make up for that. So I got to get that average count up. The average view counter. But that's sort of like the secret the secrets behind the thing, yes. We're doing the thing, okay? Oh, mini boss time.
At least 500 total minutes broadcast in the last 30 days, at least 7 unique broadcast days in the last 30 days, an average of 3 concurrent viewers or more over the last 30 days, at least 50 followers.
Correct. Yeah, it's just the average view count. You have to have it at least 3.
You can do it.
Oh yeah, no. I think if we keep having a blast like this, I think that's not so much of an issue. It's just that sometimes I do, like, because keep in mind, I do, like we were doing earlier, I do make sure of all sorts of things, and honestly, a lot of my issues mostly stem from just, no. Hold on, I forgot about that. My thing is that it's getting more people to come hang on out because they just don't know we're having ourselves a blast over here. That's mostly my thing, is just getting more people to come on out because we're having ourselves a blast on over here. There, we got 20 rupees. Joy! Now, the question is if I should... Did I miss anything earlier? Not sure. Let's just keep going. I have keys. Oh, look, it's booze. We got some booze. We gotta light up some stuff. Hey, get back here. All those pussies, man. We got the power bracelet.
I guess comp sci lectures / retro gaming is a bit of a niche.
It's a niche that needs to be filled, man. And I am taking that. I'm taking it and I'm running with it. But yeah, for those that don't know, I stream on, like, the days I've been lately streaming are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays I usually do, like, my live lecture, like, where, like, I do, like, full-blown, like, we have fun, like we were doing earlier. But I cover usually a topic, like last while I've been covering graph algorithms and graph theory, so stuff like networks, like how you like compute certain things, like how you find the shortest path in a graph or a network and stuff. We have a good time. It's a good time. I think next week I'm focusing in, I'm doing a little bit more of that, and then I'm focusing in on what we call reductions, which is a very powerful idea that makes problem solving this whole other beast that's really interesting. It just sort of opens up the gates to all sorts of fascinating things you can do with computers, or at least algorithms. But you are correct, it is a bit of a niche, yes. But I am happy to fulfill that need.
In cooking, reduction is the process of thickening and intensifying the flavor of a liquid mixture such as a soup, sauce, wine, or juice by simmering or boiling.
That's exactly it. It's beautiful. You see, in a reduction in computer science, it's all about translating one problem into another problem, so that one problem's like a special case of another problem. So, for example, I'll give you a basic example of what I mean. So, for those that aren't acquainted really with the crazy abstract stuff. For example, if ever I wanted to know how to compute the largest number in an array, one way I can do this is by sorting the array first and then picking off the last element in the array or my list. That's how I can always compute the maximum number. So that's one thing you can do is you can make an algorithm that sorts the array first, and then you can solve the maximum problem on, like, well, first you just sort it, and then the answer comes at you at the very last spot. So if ever you wanted to know how to compute the maximum number, if you know how to sort, you know how to compute the maximum number. This is also an intuitive idea behind how exactly you can't compute the largest number in an unsorted array in less than linear time. Because otherwise you would have an algorithm that could...
Your follower goal is out of sync with your follower count.
Because I started the follower goal, like, at one point, like... what's the best way I could describe this? About halfway through, I created the goal counter. so that's why it's not in sync. I can update that so that it's more in sync. Originally, I started it up at some point, and I was like, I want to go for 100. But I could definitely get that in sync, so that it's more in line with what's going on with the actual true follower count. That's sort of one of the things with those follower goals with Streamlabs. Oh man, I think I just went backwards. Okay, so now we're back over here. So let's go back this way. Wait, that's right. We gotta go that way? This is one thing I also will mention as a good thing, like in the Switch remake, is that you don't have to worry about those dialogues all the time. As soon as you get the power bracelets, you're pretty much set. Yeah, we gotta go like this. Leave me alone, guys! Ah! Ah! It's gone. Okay, let's just go this way. Gotta get rid of these poles voice. I think that's what they're called. Let's go this way. Oh, look! Look at those cute little platforms. But you see, we need to be a bit heavier. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this pot and become a little heavier. Okay, so
So now we see where exactly we can go to get, see, because we don't have the Nightmare key yet. We still have to go get that. So this is where we go if we have to fight the Nightmare. So we're just about there. We just have to get that key. The big key. We're almost there, guys. See, this is the part I'm talking about. You know how I joked earlier? I said, oh, I whenever I do this one, I collect up all this stuff and then I have to backtrack. That's exactly what happens. I'm having a bit of a brain fart here when it comes to this puzzle. I think I already did this. Yeah, see, it goes back up. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember now. I remember what we gotta do. Obliterated. The Goomba just got absolutely destroyed. I don't know what that piranha plant was doing, but we're gonna roll with it, okay? So let's go back over here. You see there's this chest here. You get some rupees. Good stuff. See, I told you. See, it's like steroids, man. Look at this. Just shooting them off. Left, right, and center. That was all me, guys. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Or are you offended by that? Because I know it's current year, so everybody's got to get offended about everything. That's just how it works. Especially on the internet. Naturally, I got the beak, but I need to get the Nightmare key. And it's over there, so we need the... So guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how offended are you about that whole pitfall thing? Obliterated. Yeah, we won't be able to progress any further. We have to go back around. That's okay. It'll get us closer anyway to where we need to be. See, because we need to get over there. See that one treasure chest. But, the big but. Very big but. It's this right here. We didn't do this properly. This is what always gets me. Is that one room that we're in when the one said, oh, I forgot how to do this puzzle. It's right here. First, defeat the imprisoned Pole's voice. Last, Stalfo. So that's what we have to do. You know that one room where I was like, it made the noise, but we didn't do, like, nothing happened? That's why. So let's go. Let's do it, guys. I can't remember. We might need to fix this. Yeah, we might have to go back around. Let's go. That just was fun, so I just did that, okay, guys? As I totally pooch it. I just love how I still have this power. Just unearthly power. So now we know we have to defeat the Pole's voice first. That's a little thingy over there with the cat ears. And I pooched it. Because we have to defeat the... I'm a monster. Okay, let's go to the staircase. Staircase. I totally failed that one. Okay, let's try this again. It's getting all over the place. Naturally, it should be sensible to deduce that you take on the keys second. That's bat. And there we go. Now let's go, guys. Roll out. We're just about there, guys. I'm taking this with me. I have to follow the rules of the stream. I have to save. And let's go. Here we go. We're going to be taking on the nightmare of this dungeon. That bottle genie, man.
Ho, ho, ho! I'm your bad guy this time. Ho, ho, ho.
You can't hurt me as long as I have my bottle. Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right. I forgot about this. You have to... As I totally get killed at the same time. That was amazing, guys. So amazingly a fail. Okay, let's go. Come on, give me one more heart. There we go. And onward we go. That's amazing. Okay, let's go. As I'm just getting annihilated by everything. Everything in my waking power. Okay, come on over here. So I can knock you into the pit. Okay, we got one down there. We got... Let's keep going. There, we should be good for the boss. Okay, let's do this. Make sure you send the love. We're gonna do this.
Love sign.
Ouch. I can't move, but I'm still alright, you... Oh, I'm getting the voice wrong. Oh no, guys! The sword will break this bottle! See, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna smash this sucker. Take that. Now we gotta dodge some more stuff. Can't hurt me as long as I have my bottle! Oh man. Let's do it, guys! We're gonna beat the bottle, Genie. Now, come on, bring it. You can't hurt me as long as I have my bottle. Well, it's too bad I'm gonna smash your bottle. Whoa, you broke my bottle. Why, you making me hoppin' mad. You're going down. You aren't gonna be getting me this time. Come on, let's do it. Oh. And you're down. We got him, guys. We've slain the poor bottle genie. He thought he was so confident in his bottle. We showed him with the power of the power bracelets. There we go. You've got the conch horn. Let's take it in. Prairie. Prairie. The prairie is waiting. I always still have the bow wow. Little bow wow, yo. We got the power bracelet. So we're gonna play a little longer here. But no, if you're enjoying this, make sure you tell your friends to come on out. We have ourselves a blast here. Just stop eating, everybody! Wow, why do you do this? Maybe I should return Bow Wow to his home. It's just eating everybody! Okay, there's another keyhole for another place. Woo! We found a warp spot. But we don't have any other warps, so it doesn't take us anywhere too interesting. Now, we can't do much over there. Why don't we take Bow Wow to back home, okay? Seeing as now we have some more places we can go explore. And of course I get the acorn! And yet means it will reduce damage you take by half. I know, because the game told me. And that shroom's got some wings. Oh, dang, stop eating everybody, okay? We don't need some Bow Wow Vor art, okay? If you don't know what Vor is, don't look it up, okay? Unless you're absolutely that curious, but it is the internet, okay? I don't know if it exists. Let's go this way. Oh, isn't this nice? Oh, we're back over here. Crazy Tracy and Manbo's Pond. Sound like quite the sights to be at. Hi there, big guy. I'm Crazy Tracy. I've got a little secret for sale that'll pump you up. Sure, let's do it. I'll rub it on you there. I've applied my own secret medicine. It'll take effect when you lose all heart. Drop by again, big guy. Or should I say, drop again, big guy. I don't know what I did with Crazy Tracy, but I don't know how to feel about it. That's weird. Weird, but it's something. How do you guys feel about Crazy Tracy? Is Crazy Tracy cool or not cool? I don't know. Stop eating everybody!
How crazy is Crazy Tracy?
Pretty dang crazy, man. That's what it is. That is what Crazy Tracy is. It's just crazy. Very crazy. Crazy Tracy. We need to give Crazy Tracy a furniture store. Oh, sweet. This is another one of those things in the DX version. Hey, that looks great. I'll call it Dan Plays with Bow Wow. Now get closer to Bow Wow. Grrr. Yeah, get closer. Grr, grr. Grr, grr. Much closer, okay. I'm ready. Smile. That's good. Gotta admit, that is pretty cute. Now, let's see if we can do anything with this Yoshi doll while I have it. I think there's a place I can take this.
They really put a lot of work into those photo shoots.
I'm giving the Yoshi doll to the baby, okay? I got the bow. I know somebody wants to dress all pretty. And it's not me. It's not me. At least right now. Let's take it this way. Makeup, jewels, dresses. I want it all. And some new accessories. Would be nice. Oh, that ribbon. I need it. Will you trade it for a dog? For my dog food? Sweet, I got some dog food. It's full of juicy beef. We got the juicy beef, everybody. How's everybody feel about the juicy beef? I wonder if it's delicious or not. I mean, it is dog food, but I mean, it's dog food on an island like this. It could be almost anything. Could be man, I don't know. Hey, look, we got the warpy thing. Let's go on it. There, now we should be able to go back and forth.
Juicy beef Krista 23 rar.
I want that. No, we can't get that quite yet. We need some more stuff. I think we need some bombs for that. We need some bombs, some dodongos with this. I can't recall if there's dodongos in this game. I don't think there are. My memory is quite hazy on that one. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Oh, that one's got wings. Why won't you stay down? Well, looks like we're gonna need the bombs or something. Let's check out what we got over here. We got some juicy 50 rupees. question is where we're gonna go, because we're going to go in the prairies, and it seems like we're very much in the land of... We're in the prairies. So the question is where we go. Where we go. Where we go. Oh, look, there's a dungeon. It says slime keyhole. I am not going to take that pun, okay, guys? I'm not going there. You guys won't take me there. Richard's Villa. Castle. We got a castle. You see, we're gonna eventually have to get that shovel, and I do have enough rupees for the shovel. We're gonna see if we can find that castle. I'm not quite sure if we can find the castle. But either way, we're making some progress. Those Octoroks with their wings. Seashell Mansion. Let's see where this takes us. I am the spirit of the mansion. I have been waiting for someone to overcome the darkness, find all the secret shells, and go through the gate to receive the ultimate sword. No response. You must not have enough shells. You see, there's a big reward with getting all the shells in this game. Okay. So, where have we not gone yet? So, let's see where this takes us. Animal Village, Martha's Bay. Okay, we can't quite go there yet, so we're gonna go... Let's just head this way. Ouch! That was just obliterating me. Look at this. Look, it's a mermaid down there in the water. But we can't go there quite yet. See, we need to... I'm just trying to remember where we're going next. It's one of the fun things about this game is that there's a lot of places you can go. It's a matter of you figuring out where to go. See, I would like to go to the castle. See, there's the castle. Oh, look at this. See, this is another one of those things in the DX version. Hey, Dan, I know you love to take pictures. Wouldn't this old castle make a great photo? Nothing yet. I grow tired of waiting. I want those golden leaves delivered soon. Courage like this deserves a photo, don't you think? Go ahead and take a picture of me. Any angle you like. Excellent, we got ourselves a picture. Oh, look, I found a monkey. Hungry Kiki the monkey. That monkey and what are hungry... Oh, sorry, I just can't even talk anymore. What are monkeys hungry for? Bananas, probably. At least that's what I've been told. So, maybe we'll have to find bananas in our journeys to help the monkey. So, what I was thinking we're gonna do here is, I think this is a good place to put a bookmark in for the game. When we come back next time, which we'll come back next time we're gonna play games, so that'll be next week. Next week, Thursday, I'll be back. We'll be playing some more Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. I'll make sure to save. Just an important rule. And, of course, if you enjoy what we're doing here, of course, tell your friends to come on out. I had a blast here. I've been going for a good while now. So, if you find yourself enjoying what you're seeing here, of course, make sure you follow. Make sure to check out all the links. Of course, Subscribe over on the YouTube channel. You can find any associated links if you're on the YouTube channel watching this in the future or now. Always on welcome. Come on down. We have ourselves have a blast. And of course, check out all the links. And of course,
Thanks for all the content.
if you like what I've been up to, or if you want to check out and get any of the materials that I was talking about earlier in my lessons, you can check out my Patreon, patreon.com/pagewizard. You can find all links at pagewizardgames.com. I must stress that the website is currently under construction, so I have sort of a temporary page there at the moment. And of course, thank you guys for coming on out. It was always a blast to come on out and have ourselves a blast. And I'm always, like I said, I'm just getting so excited. I can keep going on and on and on. It's always thankful for you guys to come on out. So, hopefully you guys come on out next time. And of course, bring your friends. We have ourselves a blast. And I'm going to stop talking now because I'm going to keep going on and on and on, okay? So, say thank you so much, everybody, and have yourself a beautiful evening. I'll see you later.